I'm gonna start taking notes. Well, I'm gonna start typing notes, actually. Because I want to get something that I can move around really easily. When I'm receiving information, writing it by hand is the easiest thing for me to do. When I'm... Oh, thank God, you're not gonna do it yourself, Centauri. I'm gonna turn off one light. Hold on. It's a good idea, Mash. Let me turn off one light. Let's get this one off. I know it's so much darker in here, but maybe it's kind of vibey for Bloodborne. Oh, and speaking of which, I could, like, switch over to that. Oh, no, I can't. Wait, yes, I can. Yeah. I don't have to be looking at the game right now because I'm not technically playing the game right now. Just vibing. We're just vibing over here. When I want to turn on the game, I'll have to move my notes to the other window. It adds depth. There you go. That's what I need. Thank God you're not going to try to repair that thing yourself, Centauri. You just got this new place. If you fried yourself, that would be very sad. That's true. That's true, Kiosk Queen. You've got about a week. So think about it. Maybe watch some gameplay of it as well. And do listen to other folks' opinions. What other games have you played kind of like Souls games? Remember when I did this for Tunic? What did I do for Tunic? Link is bad. Did I do a presentation kind of deal on Tunic? Because I love Tunic so much. You should be in the server on your new account so you posted pictures of her. Thank you. I would love to see Willow the Tuxedo Cat. Lunch break is over already. Thank you for spending your lunch break with us, Mosh and Sean. I appreciate it. Oh, Rampart Hedgehogs. Let me Google it. Rampart Hedgehogs. Interesting. Interesting. I understand why you call them Sonic, because they are little hedgehogs. You thought that they were really annoying. Do they, like, curl up into a ball and attack you? You know, I didn't fight every boss in Dark Souls 2. I did the DLC, but there was one area I just didn't touch. There was one area I knew not to touch because I had watched Man vs. Game bump his head up against it for weeks and weeks on end. And, it was a part of the snow DLC where you have to, like, go through this weird labyrinth of snow that's impossible to navigate. And it has unicorns that zap you with magic in it. And then it's a Dark Souls co-op style boss. They added a lot of co-op bosses in the DLC of Dark Souls 2. So it's like 2 invisible tigers trying to kill you. No joke. So funny. Yes! You know what? If you've... I feel like Death's Door isn't... like, it's inspired by Souls-like games. But Death's Door is a great, like, primer for a Souls-like, right? Going to the Lord deciphering the language, that was so much fun, Link is bad. I love deciphering the language in Tunic. That really, I was geeking out over that for sure. Yes, it's in the same vein of me being a geek. That's a great suggestion though, Death's Door. The soundtrack to Death's Door, sometimes it'll pop up on my... when I'm listening to video game music or something, doing chores with my brother, sometimes the Death's Door OST will pop up because I listened to it a ton when I was writing the script for my podcast, back when I was doing the podcast, when I was doing the review for Death's Door, and a tune will pop up, and I'm like, this is one of the greatest pieces of video game music ever. One of the worst sections in Souls games. I'm so glad I never did it and won. I am so glad I never committed to fighting. I didn't even touch that area. I think I might have walked into it twice and then said, never mind. Forget all that. Alrighty, let me prop up my notes. So, oh, I do want to show you all 2 things. I can, maybe at least one thing. I don't know. I have a whole thing of notes, so I'm going to be typing all this up. You can't read it because my handwriting's terrible, but I can read it. So that's what that is. However... so in addition to having the 2 books that I'll be working with directly on this, which is Bakhtin's text on Rabelais and his world, and then Harfum's text on the Grotesque. I was talking about those yesterday. I don't even know if I read from Harfum yesterday, but that's fine. But I found... just have information that's important to me now. Found my old folder from grad school. And I cannot believe, I'm so happy I kept up my printed articles that I read on the Grotesque that I probably wouldn't be able to access because I don't have like JSTOR or whatever now. You've heard of Death's Door? I think you should give it a try. It kicks ass. It's really good. It's a great game. The motifs in that game are so beautiful. Both the musical motifs and also the themes throughout the game that repeat time and time again are really cool. It's really, really rad. Good to see you, Manny. I sit alone in a four-cornered room, staring at candles. Oh, that stuff is on? Let me drop some stuff like this here real smooth. At night I can't sleep, I toss and turn candlesticks in the dark, visions of bodies being burned. Four walls, just staring at us something. I'm paranoid, sleeping with my finger on the trigger. My mother's always stressing, I ain't living right, but I ain't going out without a fight. Thank you, Manny, for also blurring that word. I think I can guess what that was, but I appreciate you not sharing it with us. You don't know if me or chat saw yesterday, but you mentioned the 4 Experts video by Super Butterbuns. I must have missed it. I'm so sorry. I was probably locked in. That's all you've really seen. You watched somebody else play Elden Ring too. Okay, interesting. 4 Experts. Is that about Bloodborne? You get very limited free JSTOR access now, but you have to read articles in the browser, right? Yeah. That's a hip-hop lyric you have heard before. You can't tell what it is, but you think it's Nuss. You could be right about that. Manny is always dropping some great lyrics. Okay, I wanted to show you all. I have some... I can't wait. I don't know if I have time to read these today. This one I felt like was a little helpful to my studies back in the day. It's gothic fiction in the grotesque. So this might be more helpful. This actually could be quite helpful for Bloodborne, which borrows some theming of the gothic, of course. So that I might peer into, but this might be stuff I might be doing a relatively baseline primer with like half an hour to 45 minutes of interesting conclusions on Saturday and save some more of the in-depth research for a longer video. Spiegel I remember referencing quite a bit back in the day. Alan Spiegel's theory on the grotesque in Southern fiction, but I think that was because I was writing on Stephen... No. Was it Stephen Crane? I feel like I'm getting the name wrong. I think it was Stephen Crane, though. So I've got that as well. This was a big one for me. This is Richard Klein's Straight Lines and Arabesques, Metaphors of Metaphor, which is like... It's some heady stuff. Every time I read it, I'm like... I feel like I'm so close to lining my mind with eyes. Like, I'm eating the umbilical cord. When... This is a reference to Bloodborne. When I'm reading this. Like, I feel like I'm so close to ascending to godhood when I read this. Damn, it's so good even just reading this. Oh, and he references chalices. Klein, I knew you were waiting for me. Richard Klein, I'm probably going to read that tonight. I also have Definitions, the Renaissance and Baroque, Grotesque Construction and Deconstruction by Francis K. Barash, but I think I just relegated that to footnotes when I was doing my research. It was talking about the Fairy Queen, which is quite helpful to my research at the time. Through these multiple visions... The fat, witty man is transformed into animal flesh and food, vice and the devil, disease and decay, a body to be purged and a soul to be saved. At the last, he is a mere word, a name reported at his death. So there's the carnival. Oh, yes, this is about Spencer's Grotesques. Yeah, that makes sense. So, man, my head feels like it's on fire already. And this is Sarah Gleason White's Revisiting the Southern Grotesque, Bakhtin in the Case of Carson McCullers. That was a big one. I didn't use this at all, though. I put a little not useful thing on it. The kitty pictures are sent. I will take a break to look at the kitty. Let's see. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah. Did they get sent? It seems like you just got added, so. Cute animal pictures. Oh, look at the baby. So adorable. And you just got this little bean? So cute. The little socks are precious too. So 4 Extras is a video of them and their friends playing the game. They go through all the bosses and whatnot. Oh, okay, gotcha. One of them has never played the game before, so that makes it better. How about that? How about that? Exactly. I'm growing eyes on the inside. Yeah, well, so right now my brain is on fire, not good. Unfortunately. My brain is kind of like stuffy, it feels like a hot attic in the summer. That's what my brain is feeling like right now. So, I don't know why it's like that. I did take my meds, so I should be okay. So I'll layer these with Klein on top because I loved Richard Klein's article, Straight Lines and Arabesques. Metaphors of Metaphor. So good. So good. Ugh. I might honestly be a bigger Richard Klein stan having read one article than I am a Bakhtin stan. But I'm not dealing with that right now. I'm actually going to type up my notes. You finish your book? Okay, and you've got all your thoughts, Naja. I'm glad you kept reading. Let me pause this. We'll go back to the Bloodborne music so I can type some stuff up. So, like so. You got a lot of thoughts, huh? Do you want to share them? You kind of got her the day before Halloween last year from your coworker. Okay, gotcha. So she's not like, I mean, she's new to you, certainly, but she's not like a little baby new. My brain is all foggy. I don't know what it is. I probably just spent way too much effort outside. My body's like, time to develop a fever. But I can't have a fever. I have to write Bloodborne. Metaphor of Metaphor, Refantasio's Metaphor of Metaphors. See, there's a paper in that. Okay. So a lot of these are unfinalized thoughts. So, perpetual stage line. I'm just going to write these exactly as I have it written down. There's a lot of questions that I ask myself in my notes where it's like, this is a completely different direction I could take at some point. What is the most head-empty literary criticism I can consume that's relevant? It wouldn't be Klein, let me tell you, but it would be a lot of fun. Probably... I don't even know if this one was useful. But Francis Barash's definitions probably would be it. Because it's very short. I think it's like, it's about 5 pages, so. But first, the most head empty thing I can do, Mash, is typing up the notes I already have. Yeah, I also made a note on my note. One of my questions was, what happens when folks on Bloodborne try to live forever? I actually don't think living forever is the choice a lot of people make. I actually think it's something they're more condemned to, like Gehrman. It's attaining insight and godhood that they're more trying to achieve. Can't really think of anyone who was trying to live forever, particularly, which is quite interesting, Bloodborne. Elden Ring is more of the game you want to think about when you think about people living for forever. Yeah. Okay, part of it you would have to write in wingdings because you need to process, but it was beautiful, horrifying, and tragic all at once for one book. When I was reading the description of it, which is this brilliant, it was like a brilliant queer Asian American person having access to so many things, but being like the pet of these people who sort of look at them like a curiosity. Yeah, it's very interesting. Knowledge leading to messed up immortality. Yeah. Yep. But it's not like it's not the goal so far as I know at Bloodborne. So I'll take that note. Not the goal in BB, but in Ring it is. That's a tale for another time. Okay. I just have one of my notes says transform into squid. It's just true. It is something you can do. Transform into squid ending. Yeah, dude, that is a dream. Who needs to live forever when you could be a squid? Grotesque and architecture. And then these are notes. Did I write down? I don't know if I wrote down the. There was someone on YouTube I was listening to summarize. But if he has any particularly interesting ideas that aren't just literally what Bakhtin is saying, go back and reference him. Yeah, immortal beings are stuck in a dream somewhere. Like Ram is not able to leave the space. Erden, I don't even know where Erden is. Erden at least is able to commune with people in Yarnum. But has no form, so now you have to look for your picture of your Bloodborne character. It looks like a mix of Jim Carrey's The Mask and Dr. Eggman. Oh, do you have like a wild mustache? That sounds cool. Alrighty. If anybody else is working on anything, I would love to know too. I could have done some of this legwork earlier, but I really enjoyed spending time outside. Maybe I should take like a leave. Oh, I have Tylenol. Oh, you're working on a head empty space mining game. Oh my god, I can't read. Okay. You realize 30 years after you watched Sequest that the submarine is shaped like a squid. How about that? That's kind of cool. I think that's great. I'm assuming Sequest explores the sea, so how better to explore the sea than a self-propelling unit? Very nice, Jackie. Finally, you're working on actually playing The Sims now that you have 90% of the mods you want. Hell yes. Get into that, because sometimes a lot of folks spend more time modding than they do actually playing the game. It's like you do all the work and then you're like, I don't want to play this. It's too much damn work. There's a talking dolphin in it. That's all you remember. I feel like my folks watched a bit of that. You are working on a budget. You booked a hotel a few days ago for TwitchCon San Diego. Oh man, that's a smart thing to do. Like, it's bad. I keep saying maybe this is the year I'll go to TwitchCon, but like, I think I'm gonna have a lot going on this year. I already literally have a lot going on this year, so. You're working on a special 100 crack fist animation with your lead animator. Much Sakuga is happening there. For real? That sounds really cool, Manny. It sounds like a lot of work, though, if all that Sakuga is happening. Like, everything's rippling, I bet. Okay, manipulating the body to achieve perfection. And then I wrote, sounds like eyes on the inside. Or consuming beast blood to heal. I wonder if... I'm not sure beast blood was ever intended to heal folks, or if it was all just a sick experiment. I think it was most likely all just an experiment. But Bakhtin shows us that the body cannot be perpetually perfect, even if we achieve temporary perfection. The body is chaotic, always changing. Yeah, look what it got all the folks who try to achieve perfection. Like, Provost Willem is, you know, zonked. When was the last time I had a quiet year? I don't remember. Mrs. 5 books. Someday I'll write those damn 5 books, I promise you. Once I get some time. Once I'm not doing this, or... Like, literally, if folks enjoy hanging out and doing co-working stuff, I could turn Thursdays into actually writing my book Thursdays, you know? This scene has to hit. If not, the project you're working on isn't going to feel right. Yeah, if it's like a big battle scene, right? Is it a big battle? Maybe that's asking too much, but if it's a fight scene, that's what folks are going to make the AMVs of, you know. It would be nice. How about that? That would be great, although I'd have to be willing to share some detail. I don't think so. I think I could just be like, I'm writing my novel, guys. Hold on, let me grab Dracula for no reason. Shut up, don't look at it. You know? Or I'd be like, does this sound enough like a cowboy to you? Something like that. The Talking Dolphin was voiced by a character voice artist extraordinaire, Frank Welker. You co-worked on Homework watching it because you loved that score. You were ecstatic when an expanded soundtrack came out just a few years ago. That's an expanded soundtrack. Sounds great. You want to go to TwitchCon at least once. If you go, you'll meet up with your girlfriend for the first time. Oh, that sounds amazing. Link is bad. What's going to happen to the kitty? Is somebody going to watch over the kitty? Or is it a cat hotel? And doing mods can be half the fun, but you are very picky. You're just excited to show the youngest your version of the starter house. Yes, that sounds like a lot of fun, Jackie. Sims is so great. It's part of a battle scene, but it's like the iconic linchpin of the property you're working on. That sounds important, yeah. Man, imagine if it was 5th of the North Star. Don't tell me, though. And I'm definitely sounded like I just said 5th of the North Star. Pardon my lisp. Okay, that's 1 page of notes. Done. Okay. I find this so adorable, but I was like, I can't just talk at people for 2 hours. Which is what I do anyway. Oh, good. You live with your folks, so your mom can watch her. That's good. No matter what, you will pay her to do it. That's very sweet of you. I've planned some interactive moments for Saturday's stream, so it's not just me being like, time for a PowerPoint presentation. Meow. I'm gonna be like, anyway, what do you guys think? And that's when you guys can make fart sounds in the chat to defy me if you want to. Here we go. So, interaction. I'm not going to read this question out loud because I want you to answer it on Saturday. You and Miss plan on being there at TwitchCon? Really? That's cool. Man, maybe I should go. I have no idea. I think financially I could swing it, but literally being away from my family is so hard. Because, like, I know Stella's gonna... Oh, Saturday. Okay. Oh, you plan on coming to my Bloodborne presentation. Yes, thank you. You wish? Yeah, that would be pretty cool. Hold on, let me copy this. I'm gonna copy this and I'm gonna paste it over here. Well, maybe not there. Maybe whatever. Oh, did it say the PS4 is gonna... Damn it. I gotta do a different gesture. Thank you, Manny. I can barely see it because I'm not actually looking at the PS4 right now. Okay, let's see. Let's do a different gesture. Is this commune with the old ones? Let's go. Time to commune with the fireplace, baby. Thank you. Please tell me whenever the PlayStation 4 is going to go to sleep. Because I'm technically not touching it right now. It's just like, me, I'm lonely. Please play video games on me. This will be your first time going on the convention on your own. You've gone to anime and tabletop cons with your mom. That's very cool. I went to several Twitch cons by myself, and I had such a blast. I had so much fun. However, like, it might be a tough year for my folks. I won't get into it, but I don't know. And like, literally every time I'm not in this house, my dog bites my brother, and it drives me crazy. If I could take her to the convention, but then I'd be like locking her up for several hours at a time, so. And how the hell would I get her on a plane? It'd be impossible. I could put a rubber band on the right analog stick. Oh, that camera would be spinning around. I'd puke. We'll just occasionally touch the touchpad. Take her to the convention. Yeah, just have everybody meet Stella, and she'll bite everyone. Just should bite literally everybody and piss on the floor. Now that's a heck of an entrance for my dog. Hey, who's doing things? Snake! You're here lurking, watching like an eldritch being, but you require more insight to perceive you. I see. I think I have 99 insight because I see you. Well, I at least have 97 insight, Snake. Thank you so much for the tier 3 sub and the 97 months. A little frog, a little eldritch frog for you. Average TwitchCon goer then. Stella is that way. Okay, Snake. Look at that. You're not your past. You are moving into this brand new place, Snake. Carrying some brand new energy with your brand new seafoam green go-go boots that I'm sure you packed with you. Dancing in a tulip. Having a blast. Because you're not your past. You're moving on. Starting something new and exciting. Maybe growing fruit up north and stuff. I think you're about to have a really good time, Snake. I hope you feel that energy as you're moving. Because I'm really excited for you. What did I say something about fruit? Oh yeah, I did. Is it planting trees and stuff? Well, I can't help myself, can I? There's literally no fruit in front of me, and I'm like, what about fruit though, guys? What do you think about it? Okay. Talking about the cultural ideal body is pure and holy. Is there a different ideal in BB? Multiple ideals? Perfection? I don't know. There's a lot of contamination. If I had time, I'd be reading Mary Douglas's Purity and Danger. If I had time. And I'd read my Kristeva reader if I had time. But I have to get this done by Saturday, so... I hope you are ready for me to be annoying about the subject for several months where I'm like, guys, I was reading Purity and Danger tonight. Random info of the day. High heels originally for men. They're made to ride horses better. The aspect of heels quickly spread across the Persian Empire and to neighboring regions. As trade and culture exchange routes expanded, so did the popularity of heeled footwear. Love that. I did not know about that, Ziff. That's really cool. Thank you for sharing. I love a good heel. You know? Best of luck with your move. I know you're probably like halfway through your second drop off of stuff, Snake. So good luck with that. You and your girlfriend met in VR chat. You've known each other as friends for like 3 years and dating for almost 6 months. You got your kitty cat when you got your girlfriend too. That's really cool. That feels like kismet to me, Link is bad. Is it baseball talk time? What are we talking about right now? Baseball season is almost officially here. As soon as the first Orioles game happens, then I'm locked in. You better believe. But what do you have to tell me about baseball right now, Manny? Okay. I'm trying to be less embarrassed about not constantly talking and entertaining. I'm trying to feel like it's okay to do that. The Yangs got a weirdest menu item. Let me take a look at this. Tiramisu helmets. Not too bad. Not too bad. It's bougie, which is what I expect. Y'all are out here paying probably $1 million to sit in your seat. You might as well buy a tiramisu. Don't degrade yourself with some nachos. Don't defile your body with nachos. I need to know what Aramark is up to, though. If we're talking about the grotesque and the abjects, I'm hitting up Aramark's newsroom right now. This just in. Tie the knot with Aramark. Don't let them cater your stuff. Aramark and sports entertainment swings big for the 2025 MLB season. Let's go. Okay, with the Phillies, what are they going to do to the cheesesteak? And the 30th anniversary at Coors Field, home of the Rockies. Tell me what you're doing, Aramark. I have to know. Okay, continuing its storied tradition of serving some of MLB's most historic ballparks, including Fenway. They're partnering with Phillies, Coors Fields. They are the official food and beverage partner at Oracle Park, home of the Giants. Don't tell me they're not going to touch Orioles Park at Camden Yards. They will not be touching Orioles Park. I forgot that the Astros no longer are at Minute Maid Park. They're at Daikin Park. Okay. Upcoming seasons, exciting collaborations, opening day. Show me the weird taco. Show me your weird taco. You have to show us the taco. Aramark introduces nostalgic souvenirs, including the exclusive popcorn bat. Imagine if it was a bat. And a cotton kitty mask for fans. Oh, we're getting into masks. This is like some sort of pastiche modern art installation. Oh, the baseball hat filled with tiramisu. You can tell me your favorite baseball team you support, even if they usually suck. The Royals. They did pretty well in the last few years, so... Shohei Ohtani hit a ball that bounced off the ceiling at the Tokyo Dome. That's pretty cool. Cheesesteak wrapped in a burrito, topped with bacon bits and Cracker Jack dust. Ugh. All right, what's this popcorn bat? A 98-ounce collectible team souvenir vessel. Team souvenir vessel. What the hell does that mean? I know what it means, but like, why would you call it a souvenir vessel? Featuring an attached lid and an embossed wood grain texture. Okay, boring. Foam masks showcasing MLB mascots. Available in one size that is adjustable for kids and adults. Exclusively available at Citizens Bank Park and PNC Park. They're also bringing back fan favorites like the Fastball Souvenir Cup, a baseball-shaped cup designed to hold frozen cocktails or beverages served on ice. Okay. And the beverage bats. Perfect for beer, cocktails, frozen drinks, and non-alcoholic beverages. Oh, the Queen's Quencher. Get that in your souvenir vessel, Magresta. Reka vodka, fruitful brew raspberry, lemonade, and a garnish of lemon and blueberries. The pulled barbecue jackfruit. I know this is a thing that folks do. Vegan-friendly option featuring barbecue braised jackfruit on a vegan pretzel bun, top of coleslaw. Okay. The Fiesta Burger. Fans can stop by Adam Richman's Burger Hall of Fame in April and May for a 6-ounce taco spiced Pat La Frita burger, topped with chipotle crema, Mexican cheese blend, spicy guacamole, tortilla chips, and roasted salsa on a pan de agua roll. Okay. You can get yourself a serving of Kyle's Cutlets at Citizens Bank Park. Chicken cutlet topped with burrata, fried pepperoni and arugula, drizzled with sweet and spicy hot sauce on a Licio's Bakery roll. A red velvet affogato, red velvet cookies, vanilla ice cream, and espresso. Now I knew they had to get weird. A s'mores quesadilla. Nah, if there's a lick of cheese in here. Nutella, mini marshmallows, and graham cracker crumble in a crispy flour tortilla served with chocolate dipping sauce. Where's the queso? It's not a quesadilla. It's a Nutella-dia, but it's not a quesadilla. Let me see if they got anything eldritch in here. I think they got too much heat from me last year. They're backing it off. Chicken waffle sandwich sounds normal. It is served on 2 freshly made Belgian-style waffles. They're getting a little weird with the Daddy Mac Dog, foot-long Angus beef frank, chopped brisket, mac and cheese, barbecue sauce, and a crispy dill pickle. That's getting there. Nothing too weird with the H-Town hot chicken loaded fries. Z-Man sandwich? Nothing too bad here. I mean, even the Slugger Dog at Kansas City, Kauffman Stadium, link is bad. Is chorizo topped with manchego, tempura batter, Doritos Cool Ranch crust, and avocado aioli. It's getting there. It's not bad. And then blue velvet whoopie pie sounds like something on Urban Dictionary that's like it's an infected genital or something. But none of these are not bringing the heat anymore. They're not bringing the heats. But they are serving miso ramen and shoyu ramen at Oracle Park in San Francisco. Wild. Fried almond torts? The Polish cannonball. Why would you need an herb crema dip for egg noodles? That doesn't make sense to me. Nah, they backed off of it this year. They're plateauing. They're falling off. Sorry, Aramark, you gotta get weirder. Last year they had spaghetti and meatballs, but it wasn't actual spaghetti and meatballs. It was soft serve ice cream with like chocolate donuts on it, you know? Anywho, Aramark, I'm disappointed in how not weird you are this year. Bring back the Kansas City Curistaco. I do think they'll still stick their little flag and stuff because they're like, we're owning up to this. Okay, you're kind of in the mood to recreate a short story you made back in sophomore year of high school. Keep it sad, but maybe not as dark as you made it. Wait, let me allow Blue Waffle. That was held by Automod, by the way. Wasn't it Blue Waffle? I think that's a bad one you shouldn't look up. So wait, did they actually name something? It was like a blue velvet thing. Blue velvet whoopie pies, which I assume is like a red velvet cake. Oh, it's blue velvet because it's the Kansas City Royals. Okay. Yeah. Do not please. Yeah, don't look it up. Don't look that up. If you don't know what that is, it's okay. Don't figure it out. It's fine. Well, I can sleep at night knowing that Aramark will not bring any strange crab creations to Orioles Park and Camden Yards. We can do that ourselves. Apparently, they have really good mozzarella sticks at Orioles Park. If you're a mozzarella stick fan, I would get into that. Okay, performing acts daily that defile ourselves. There we go. That make the body less pure and holy. Drinking, eating Aramark stuff. Okay. The hottest of 2005 memes, yeah. Actually, I think it's a Souls-like tradition that we at least once talk about Urban Dictionary, because I remember, I think when I was playing, like, Dark Souls 3, I think. Dark Souls 3, I think, is the one where there's, like, a place with a prison in it, and there's, like, guards that seem very tall and maybe have pointed heads or something. And you go up to collect an item, and the bodies scream or something. And I was like, somebody was telling me about Charizarding or whatever. I don't know. Urban Dictionary is just a bunch of people making stuff up, honestly. The other baseball news you heard is that Joey Gallo wants to be a pitcher now? Really? That is interesting. Okay, why not? Okay, that sounds good, and one. Most of the mozzarella sticks you can buy here are pretty good. I bet y'all got real cheese. And y'all know how to fry stuff in Germany. Okay? You guys know with the schnitzel and everything, you know how to fry some things. So I bet they are good. None of this like, oh, the cheese isn't really melty in the inside. You know. It's going to be good every time, I bet. We be schnitzeling? Exactly. It looks like, by the way, that the ad break is going to start. I'm going to try to keep an eye on that for y'all. But the ad break will be starting in a minute. It'll be like 1 minute, maybe a minute and a half of ads, just so you know. Old Blade favorite ice cream stuffed in it. Okay. Because you know we're already doing Old Bay ice cream over here. Literally every ice cream shop in Maryland has some kind of like Old Bay seasoning with pretzel bits and chocolate in it, you know. But don't stuff it into an urban crusted chicken cutlet. That's horrifying to me. Let's see. Could any of these be sacred to you folks? Obviously consuming blood is. Okay. Hello, folks. You're gonna hear me typing really loud. This is not one of those loud typing things. By the way, I don't have a keyboard that types loud. I just hurt my keyboard a lot and my fingers. How do they purge contagion? Hunt down. Oh yeah, that's right. Search for vermin. Centipedes. Isn't it interesting how there's centipedes in Elden Ring as well? Isn't that cool? I find that kind of cool. No, I don't want to click a keyboard. Those seem like so much work to push on. No, my fingers. I need to destroy this Logitech K120. I like this keyboard. I'm gonna work with this keyboard until I die, probably. By the, I think is it the Brotherhood of the Confederates, or is it the Confederacy of Brothers or something? I always forget this covenant's name. I think it's the Brotherhood of Confederates. Okay. Crush the vermin. Okay, then there's... Oh, I thought about this today, y'all. Back about a year or two ago, when the wildfire smoke from Canada moved down to the United States on some currents, the sunlight was so different. It was so strange. It felt sick. It felt sickly. And I remember like being outside wearing a mask so I'm not sucking up a bunch of smoke, and like looking up at the sun and seeing this weird haze up there. And then today when I was outside, it was a little overcast because we're getting rain later. I even be getting it right now, I don't know. And I was like, oh, this is just like the hunter's dream. Maybe like the movie Sunshine. I actually don't remember that part of it. Well, I guess if the sun is sick, you need to put a bomb in it so it gets better again. But I do enjoy that movie. I saw that in college. It was good. But this sick sunlight, I was like, why does this remind me so much of the hunter's dream? The sun in the hunter's dream is cataract like an eye, which I find very interesting. But I kind of thought the reason why the sun might have that same haze as I was experiencing after all that wildfire smoke came over was that there's so much fire being employed by the hunters of beasts in Yharnam. It stands to reason that the smoke would kind of choke out the sun itself when the moon finally set and the sun rises, you know? Like, of course, when there's so much smoke, the sky is orange. There's so much fire, the sky is orange, and the sun is blotted out by the smoke, and it has that weird half haze. You know what I'm talking about, Manny? So, that has nothing to do with this, but I had a real life connection with Bloodborne. I was like, wow, it's just like the hunter's dream. Anyway, or the hunter's nightmare. Anyway, so that's fun. Just a little real life connection with you. But I really do think that's why the sun is so ill, aside from, you know, eldritch beings and stuff. I think it would shake out that the hunter's nightmare is like bathed in this hazy light because they've just choked everything with smoke. All the beasts they light on fire in the center of Yharnam. All the charnel house burning up bodies so that the contagion doesn't pass. Yeah. You're gonna dip for a little bit? No worries, Link is bad. Thank you so much for hanging out. Okay, let's see here. Holy hunters from church hunt beasts with cleansing fire. Side note that only I find cool, apparently. It's okay. Actually, that's dangerous. Let me not say that, because then you all will feel pressured whenever I say something. You're like, that's a really good and interesting point, Tina. Don't have to do that. That's fine. I may not be communicating it well. Has the same... Okay. Stop dissing myself, yeah? Quad City, thank you so much. It's very kind of you to say. That reminds you of heat mirages, yeah? Interesting. I've never experienced something like that, Kiosk Queen, but I always saw those in like cartoons or games or something, right? Considering the Victorian setting, Victorian air pollution was absolutely ridiculous in cities. True, true. God, you can only imagine that the boogers that were blowing were just completely black. Imagine that. Ugh. I remember when I was in New York to see a concert back in grad school. and so many folks were smoking that back at the hotel, I was like, man, my nose is stuffy. And it was like I was a street sweeper. No, I was like a soot sweeper in Victorian England. Like I was like a little child that would stuff down chimneys. Everything was so black that was coming out of me. It was wild. Did the smog check the horses? What do you mean by that, Larry? Industrial Revolution was wild, indeed. Yeah. Okay. What else? Cleansing the fire. Let me check something in the game. Because I don't think this is a method of purifying, but I do want to see. So I'm actually going to boot up the video game. I also think that this gesture is keeping the game from going inactive because we are changing our motion over time. I wanted to see if that dex weapon has anything to do with the blood. Is it a dex weapon? I can't even remember. I have no idea. Demented hunter weapon brandished by Brador, the Healing Church assassin. You draw blood from the inner reaches of your own body and soul. This is the only effective means of expelling tainted blood, or so Brador, isolated in his cell, continued to believe. Right. Damn, this dude was like piercing himself over and over again to get the yucky stuff out. So that is a method of contagion. What concert did I go to? I went to the Governor's Ball, and I got to see Outkast perform live. Oh, smog check is what you do to cars. California has a law that cars need to be checked every so often for how much smog they release. Okay, no wonder I had never heard about it, Larry, because I don't drive, and I didn't know much about Victorian horses, but I was like, I don't know if I've heard about that. I know a little bit about Victorian stuff. I did help arrange a Victorian periodical conference back in 2014. So, but I was like, I don't know if I feel like I would have heard about it. That's fine, Larry, you're good. Is this the weapon you get in the prison after Ludwig? I think so. It's been like minimum 5 years since I played Bloodborne, and probably 8 years since I did the DLC. It's been a very long time, so I'm gonna have to really replay this game. I'm not gonna be able to do that before Saturday, but before I write a big article about it, I will do that. But I think you're probably right, because Brador is Was Brador the fellow that scalped his own fellow church guy? We have Brador's scalp, I think. Oh, hold up. Brador's testimony, the scalp of a horrible beast, indicating that Hunter Brador had killed a compatriot. He wore his ally's own scalp and hid himself away deep in a cell. The church provided him with a single soundless bell of death to ensure their secrets would be kept. Right. So I think he was in a cell in after defeating Ludwig. Literally, Manny, I was dancing to Bombs Over Baghdad. I was. I think I was. That happens here in the South in the summer, Chaos Queen. Just stepping outside for a second causes you to nearly sink to the ground when the atmosphere has a little wave machine going. Oh, right, all the heat and the mirages and stuff. Interesting. And then you see the little, like, wave going over. Yeah, they did everything. They did Hey Ya. I think they did Roses. I'm not sure. It was really great. I really enjoyed it. It was so sad to see like half the people leave after they did Hey Ya. I was like, boo! I can't believe you guys are leaving. Brador donned his compatriot's beastly scalp and hide while still moist with blood. Most of the bloodstains of this hide were from this day. Without the attached beast hide, this foreign garb wouldn't raise anyone's eyebrows, right? Like, being covered in blood and Bloodborne is like, yeah, typical, you know? But the fact that he also has the beast hide with him. And his trousers. Which I think he literally wears... Like, I think Brador's outfit is almost the same thing you get as starting gear in this game. Gonna take me a bit to get to the starting gear. Guess it's gonna take me a bit to get to the... Oh, guess it's gonna... Jesus, they're rare finally. Yeah, hunter garb. Show me them hunter garb pants. What about that little dinky cape? Oh, did I not get the cape because I'm a girl? That little foreigner. Maybe it's called foreigner's garb? patience. Oh, now we're scrolling. Now we're scrolling, baby. Watch it be under this stuff. Okay, wait. Where's that dinky ass? Man. There it is. It is at the bottom. Foreign garb. Yeah. I don't know how similar it is compared to Raider's Cape. Maybe I'm just interpreting that. Without memory, who would ever know? It is of a foreign origin. It is said, after all, the traveler came to Yarnum from afar. We got our sullied bandages, too. Terribly worn and unsanitary. The first thing you get. They're just reusing bandages in USF's clinic because who cares? You're going to die anyway. Okay, back to emoting at the fire. Back to looking at the thing. Can't believe I didn't know about Braidor's garb. Oh, yeah. So it is. So, okay, so let me switch back over. To this window. There we are. Alrighty, so I can continue my notes. I do think that spiked weapon that Braidor was using is a form of purging contagion. It's a very interesting form of purging contagion, but it is one. Braidor's... I forget the name of the weapon. Braidor's pointy stick weapon. Which he used to self-inflict wounds to purge contagion. Is water ever... One of the questions I ask myself is water ever used to purify? You're gonna lurk in bed, okie dokie. You start your new ADHD meds tonight. Guanfacine. Okie dokie. Good luck with the guanfacine. Thank you for hanging out today, MASH. I appreciate it. I hope you get some good sleep. Yeah, penance, right? Always good to see you, MASH. Let's see. Oh, I can't look at it through OBS because my head is blocking the way. I'm gonna switch back over to my monitor. Let's do that. Glad you got to see a little bit of scholarly Tina today, MASH. Okay. Let's see if there is literally any water in this game. If it's used to cleanse, I don't think so. It's typically fire that's the element of cleansing. In our, which does help with contagion, you know, when you're burning bodies, which I'll write down for the charnel house. Charnel house in Hemwick uses fire to cleanse bodies. I don't know if there's any water that's ever used to cleanse, but we'll see. So we have blood, antidotes, used to treat ashen blood. That baffling sickness that ravaged Yarnum long ago. The ashen blood ailment eventually triggered the spread of the bestial scourge. Right, so it's just the infusion of blood, right? And beast blood pellets. I don't think I ever use these. I could put the camera on the top middle portion. That's true, like maybe right up here, right? Oh, top middle though, instead of top left, huh? It's not a bad idea. I'll think about it. I think it's a little unnatural. It feels a little weird, but it's not a bad idea. I don't know if we have any water in this game. I do know, you know, the astral... So, of course, in the DLC, there's water. There's the fishing hamlet that the Scholars of Bergenworth and the church defile. They go in there and they screw things up. They investigate the villagers of the fishing hamlet because, you know, they want to find out about these eyes on the inside. They want to find out about these great ones. So, but I don't know if they ever use water to cleanse things there. So water is present in the game. The DLC is quite wet. In the Astral Tower, there is an area that leads to water. And there is an NPC that is looking for its eyes. They said that their eyes fell into the water. There's a stream and river right before Shadows of Yharnam. Interesting. That would be in the Forbidden Woods, right? Man, Shadows of Yharnam's such a cool boss fight. Yeah. I don't know. Is the river ever used by the Forbidden Woods folks to cleanse? But so there's like water in the game, definitely. But I don't know if water is ever used to heal or to cure. You know how we wash our hands, Kumatsu, or we shower? Even if you like, sometimes you get a bad vibe. Sometimes you gotta wash the bad vibe away. Sometimes I'll shower just to feel better, like emotionally, you know? The only watery place to remember is Orphan of Kaz, right? So I don't think water is like, we're not sprinkling. Oh, Rose Marinus is something I want to look at to make sure if it's a mist or smoke. I'm not sure, but let's see. Those who delve into arcane fall all too easily to madness, and thick human blood serves to calm the frayed nerves of these inquisitive minds. Really? Wait, sedatives is human blood? That's very interesting. I think literally trying to rebalance your own blood with some blood is just the way they chill themselves out. Blue elixir is the one I was thinking of, which I was like, is it water? Bloodborne must have a poison swamp. Most Souls games do. I think the Forbidden Woods might be close enough. It's a real pain in the ass, Naja. It's difficult to move through, not because it's swampy, but there's like, it's wooded, so it has that like difficult maneuverability. But I don't know if there's any areas where you stand in it, you get hurt. This is why I like trying to remember while my brain is contaminated to face. Do you wake up in a ceremonial tub after fighting Rom? Well, you do fight Rom in that lake area, right? You have to jump into the lake, but it's not really about purification, right? The place between the woods and Yosefka's clinic is watery. The place is the place between the woods and the clinic is watery. Oh, right, the sewers. Yeah, the sewers. It has those zombie-like guys. Yeah, I love those guys. They suck so much. That, I don't know if that liquid is poisonous. But curious about the ceremonial tub after fighting Ram Kumatsu. I might have to watch some footage of the boss fight and see after that, because I don't remember about a tub. I think you see Lady Arnhem and then you waken, but I don't know if you're in a tub. Oh, yes, those little wet guys are in the woods. That's right. They're crawling in those little sewage areas. And I do believe they're slightly transformed, or you can see their bodies better. I remember taking a good hard look at them in the woods and being surprised by what I saw. They were in some ways different from the guys in the sewers. And it could be just the sake of the liquid that they were in, you know, but... Yeah, the sewers. It is contaminated water. I think all water is like stagnant and contaminated in Bloodborne. Or at least still, like the water in Rom. It's a surface you can walk on. Yeah, there's oil in the waters in the woods. Right. Yeah, there's a sheen to it. Yeah. God forbid you need something to drink in Yharnam, right? No wonder they're drinking all that blood. Well, they're not drinking it, but you know what I mean. Dubious liquid medicine used in strange experiments conducted by the High Ministers, a type of anesthetic that numbs the brain. Hunters able to retain consciousness by force of will make use of a secondary effect of this medicine, which dilutes their presence when standing still. Interesting. And freaking, I forgot about the lead elixir. Girl, lead. Temporary shifts in weight to make deflection of attacks easier, but must be used with care. I don't know if I ever used... I must have used some of these items at some point. It also slows movement with no change to defense. A recipe for this mysterious concoction is unknown, but some postulate it only materializes within the most desperate nightmares. Lead, huh? It might be like mixing up someone's ashes with some water and a little bit of lead for good measure. Fire is thought to cleanse impurity. Certain types of beasts have an abnormal fear of flame. And that good old delayed Molotov. They wedge into the ground when thrown, explode on a time delay. It's a shame that such a complex gadget must be sacrificed with each use of this inefficient hunter's tool. Nevertheless, the delayed Molotovs are cherished by the minority of hunters that prefer the trixier kill. And then the powder cakes. It even looks like it has a fun little hat on it, you know? The Urn of Earl. A lot of poisonous water in the amygdala stage. Does it affect... Does it... Am I foolish? There is poison in this game. Damn. Because I remember Frenzy. I remember Frenzy being a worry. Would you consider the Nightmare of Mensis to be swamp-like, Magresta, I wonder? Hi, Notthros. Good to see you. How are you doing today? I'm seeing if there's literally any water that can cleanse you in this game. Drench with oil. The euphoria of purification. How about that? Oh, wait. Well, that's a miss. It might be water, though. There's 2 types of poison. Yeah, there was, like, slow poison and rapid poison. They got so many ways to F you in this game. It's hilarious. It is truly so funny. Everything will kill you. Mature blood cocktail that releases a pungent odor. It's a tool sadly in short supply. In Yharnam, they produce more blood than alcohol, as the former is more intoxicating. So nuts. A mist that numbs your life essence and prevents the restoration of HP. Oh, this is one of those little things you can throw at people so they can't use their like healing stuff. Yeah. Used by the blood hunters of Cain, as this recipe is secretly closely guarded by the line of nobles inhabiting the castle. Right. This is a screw you PvP item for sure. They were asking, your mental health has been better? You're going to work harder than usual? No worries. I had a good mental health day myself, Notthros. I was outside gardening a good bit of the day, and that always makes me very happy. So I do hope you can do something soon, Notthros, that makes you very happy. You know? Hopefully maybe lurking here will help a tiny bit with that. That's why the strategy in Dark Souls is to literally eat dookies so you can poison yourself, right, and get the weakest form of poison. I remember folks, I don't know if I actually did that, but I do recall folks being like, just eat some dookie when you go to the dookie prison area. That horrible little city, Blighttown. Eat the dookie. Look at this gorgeous knife. Like, it's so extra. This curved knife is thin and sharp as a surgeon's blade. Often used for self-defense by special doctors. Hunters traditionally avoid the use of poison, likely because poison is too slow to act. Right. Pebble, quite thrilling, one of the best descriptions. That is true, Naja. Humanity produces more blood than alcohol. But we usually consume more alcohol than blood. You know? As something... Unless you're in a bad situation and you need somebody to give you some of their blood. Usually, you know... Well, I guess speak for myself. I'm not out here having blood on a Thursday night. Is thought to cleanse impurity. Bolt paper. Good old Archibald, the infamous eccentric of the Healing Church Workshop. I hope someday I'm known as an infamous eccentric. Okay. Oh, this is a special bone marrow ash collected from Hemwick Charnel Lane. Interesting. Invaluable to hunters with weak blood tinge who require the use of strong firearms. I forgot about this item. Probably because I never use it. There's so many good items that I was like, I don't need an item. I have a Kirk hammer. That's true. The loathsome dung eater. They were making fun of us in Dark Souls 1, Manny. How about that? Using somebody else's ashes to make your Quicksilver stronger. So funny. And this Shaman Bone Blade kind of looks like an inversion of the Poison Blade. It breaks. You can only use it the once. Yeah, I don't think we're going to be cleansing ourselves with water at all. I will check out the Rosmarinus, though. That's the only thing I think can come close. do love a shining coin. It's very good to throw down if you want to remember to come back and look at something. Good old slugs and stuff in people's heads. There's a... that might be in the DLC. Those snail women, I think, are the DLC. Shaman Boneblade sounds like a 2000s manga turned into anime property. And folks would be like, it's so great. If you can get through the first 3 episodes, it's so great, dude. First, they have to establish all the characters. But then after that, it's so good, man. Except for that one character that is definitely like a really bad stereotype. But everything else is really great. You should check it out. And also, watch it with the sound off. It's way better with the sound off. I don't know what they did with the cast, but it's great, though. Yeah, I don't think we're getting any Wawa. And you can tell the executioners are not washing their hands. Like, I think just coating yourself in blood is the way to go in Bloodborne. I think they're like, why would you take a bath? You're just gonna get bloody again. Record of the vile bloods. Hunters who seek blood dregs their prey. Kept throughout the ages. Look at that fun little double lion thing. The League staff, of course. Our bells. No water here, though. Are there any runes? That's, don't think there's any runes that give water, huh? That are, like, water-esque. So weird that they change, were and was. We don't have any water here. This is... I should actually just be taking notes instead of doing this. But I am curious about it. Good old warm blood. Yummy warm blood. We have Seeking the Precious Blood. I feel like the air rune looks a lot like the Covenant rune of the their Brotherhood. Speaking of water, thanks, Mash. I should drink some water. Oh, lake! Duh! It's transcription of the Great Ones in human voices ripples like a watery reflection. The lake rune also resembles the Carol rune for the milkweed, too. Those who memorize it enjoy reduced damage. Great volumes of water serve as a bulwark guarding sleep and an augur of the eldritch truth. Okay, well, I'll be writing that down. Fine. Reduced physical and arcane. Reduced fire damage and bolt. Damn, you can just reduce everything, huh? General reduced damage. Okay. And then the C, of course. That's for frenzy, resistance, poison, etc. Okay. Well, let's write down great volumes of water serve as a bulwark guarding sleep. It's not used to purify. It's used to obscure. Okay. Water isn't used to purify. It's used to obscure. I guess we could probably put that in contention with fire, which illuminates. And illumination, enlightenment, and insight are all things you're trying to achieve in Bloodborne instead of the obfuscation. Obfuscation? Whatever I said. The only people who are trying to obscure things, I would say, are the church, who are trying to hide the truth, because truth's kind of messed up down there. Used to obscure. From the lake and sea runes. Great volumes of water serve as a bulwark guarding sleep. And an augur of the eldritch truth. It always was interesting to me that the hunter's dream seems to be like floating in the clouds, but I feel like it's kind of floating above water, and there's those strange pillars in it as well. It kind of resembles Kaz's area to me. I feel like in Kaz's boss arena, there's this almost glass sea that you can see beneath, and there's shipwrecks, which kind of resemble the Great Pillars in the Hunter's Dream, which is cool, but it has nothing to do with this presentation. So, it'll just go to Tina foaming at the mouth about Bloodborne tally, I think. Also, I can't spell the word to. I always spell ought instead. What's wrong with me? Overcome this hindrance and seek what's yours. Does it say that on the other ones? Interesting. Overcome the hindrance of water and seek it? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's what they did with Cause, so bad idea. I don't know if this has effect on anything, but I might have different text on items because I'm actually playing the international version of Bloodborne. I think it's like maybe the PAL version or something. Instead of like the American release. So I have a different logo on the disc, but it's still Bloodborne. And an auger. Okay. And an auger. Okay. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's a PAL version. It's a different version. It's red instead of gray, Magresta. Whatever that means. Okay. I don't think water is literally ever used to purify here. Water frequently appears as contaminated in BB, such as the sewers, still water in Rom's boss room, and the ocean in Causes boss arena, as well as the oil slicked river in the Forbidden Woods. Okay. Is it not the PAL version? Is that what we call like SNES games that are at a different thing or something, Magressa? Maybe that's outdated. All right. Okay. Ooh, on to page 2 of this Google Doc. So this is from Joshua Phillips's Carnivalesque and the Grotesque. Okay. Great. Yippee! 2 pages. Oh, let me get away from this, like, item text screen. I will check to see that there's no other references to water. A stunning deep sea. Clear deep sea. But yeah, there's like no cleansing water in this. You can't like take a shower. You would think that you'd be taking a shower in Bloodborne. Get all that yucky off you, but they're like, no, it's good for you. It's very good for you. That good old eyeball. Is this different from this one? Okay, it just looks better. And this one looks even better. Make additional discoveries. I symbolize the truths that Master Willem sought in his research. Disillusioned by the limits of human intellect, Willem looked to beings from higher planes for guidance and sought to line his brain with eyes in order to elevate his thoughts. Such a nuts thing to do, but they do it. Uh-oh, Stinky! Somebody Stinky! Good old the guiding moonlight. When Ludwig closed his eyes, he saw darkness, or perhaps nothingness. That is when he discovered tiny beings of light. Ludwig was certain these playful dancing sprites offered guidance and emptied Ludwig of his fears, at least in the midst of a hunt. Good for him. Good to not be afraid. Then our good old Beast rune. Beast is one of the early runes, as well as one of the first to be deemed forbidden. The discovery of blood entailed the discovery of undesirable beasts. And then the hunter, corruption. The nuance of blood. Several runes contain the nuance of blood, including the rune of corruption, associated with the oath of the corrupts. Ah, the vile bloods. Right. Mm-hmm. Love this little radiant one. I mean, it is what it says on the tin, huh? They would never cooperate with the bloodthirsty hunters who served the undead queen Annalise. Obviously. Why is everyone in this... Why are all the girls' names with A names? You got Annalise, Adele, Ariana Grande, all of them. Replaying Ghost of Tsushima is making you more curious about Sekiro. Sekiro was a ton of fun. It is hard as hell, but it is a lot of fun. What difficulty are you playing Ghost of Tsushima on, Jackie? You got the League, looking for the vermins, the Beast rune, and the Milkweed rune, which looks a lot like the Lake rune. And you find it on a pier, so... And then we're not drinking water out of this, huh? We're not drinking water out of these chalices. Superhuman beings that are said to have unlocked the wisdom of the Eldritch Truth. And they are sick as hell down there. Very ill. Was carved out by the Temerians. Curses are caused by inciting the anger of great ones and used to hex others. Special materials required to complete the ritual. Then you need a bastard Loran, which is a baby. Just a little baby. Interesting. Oh, that's the defiled chalice. While the Temerians were humble guardians of the slumbering great ones, their descendants felt entitled to name themselves a leader. Hi, Earthgate. Good to see you. Ghost of Tsushima is a cakewalk compared to Sekiro. They're both really great games, though. Yeah. Now that you've dabbled with Elden Ring, you want to branch out more. That's good. That's good. The first time you did hard mode, ooh, yeah. I think I might have done the same thing for Ghost of Tsushima. I don't remember, though. But that game was tough. It was a lot of fun, but it was tough. The Temerian monarch was traditionally a woman who assumed the name with classical roots, like Lady Arnhem, of course. There is some nasty water in the chalice as well. It's like stagnant, yucky water, but it doesn't poison you, I don't think. The Hinter tombs, which is just like graves and stuff. They're just digging around in these gnarly graves. They're like expanding their research by looting graves. You didn't play the director's cut content and you need a less button mashing games that fill the void. And it's fun combat wise, right? You're being tempted by Elden Ring. You should know better. Ooh, it's a good game. I do love it. Hi, Juan. Good to see you. So many green names today. It's exquisitely green. There's the Loran. That's what I was thinking. The tragedy that struck this ailing land of Loran is said to have its roots in the Scourge of the Beast. Some have made the dreaded extrapolation that Yarnum is next. Oh, really? Whether there were attempts to control the Scourge of the Beast or the cause of the outbreak, it is uncertain. Trace remains of medical procedures in parts of ailing Loran. Some fun skulls. And then this thing which looks like a tooth. Or a, it just looks like a tooth with a cavity, huh? It was the first great challenge brought back to the service in the time of Bergenworth and allowed the choir to have an audience with Abridas. According to the choir, the land of Iz lies in contact with the cosmos, which allowed the great ones to function on transcendental planes of thought. That's why they're all sort of sequestered to dreams and such. Sekiro pissed you off, and this game didn't really grab you. Understandable, yeah. Both Sekiro and Bloodborne are fast combat games, too. You play like 40 minutes of this, you haven't quite breached the veil. This one is my favorite, of course, but I do know that it may not be entirely accessible because healing is kind of tough in this. It's kind of brutal and punishing. but it's dripping with style, which kept me going in the beginning. Then we got some Sumerians. I want to check out the is places, but... Oh, is that the bottom? Okay. Ah, yes. It is the bottom. Okay. Look at how sick that tooth looks. That's rough. Okay, no more water, apparently. Okay, I just don't want to overreach and say something wrong, like water is never used to cure, and someone could be like, actually, there's literally a water thing you can use, and then I'll feel like a jerk. So let me, flip my thing back over. So I keep writing. Because it's been so long since I played this game, but it lives in my mind forever. I think some of the fun discussing things, others pointing out things like that, though, true. But I wouldn't want to make a conclusion. Like, since the presentation is leading up to a conclusion, I don't want to make a conclusion that's founded on things that are, like, categorically untrue about the game. Then I'd feel like, oh, I didn't do enough research, you know? I should have known. Alrighty. So let's see. Let me take a note here from Joshua Phillips. Carnivalesque and Grotesque. Okay. Yeah, facts versus assumptions. If I make an assumption about something and someone's, you know... Why did it correct carnivalesque? This is a word. Okay, I understand why it's correcting grotesque, because I did spell it wrong. That's embarrassing. What's going on, Dr. XB? How are you doing today? Are you working on something yourself? We're doing a little, co-working today, so I can prepare for a presentation I'm going to give on Saturday. God, I'm spelling body. That's ridiculous. Oh, yeah, I did kind of want to put myself here so that folks know about the event that's coming up. In contrast to what actually happens. With the body, through the body, and on the body. Every day. Wow, the typos are out of control. You're gonna wait until it's way cheaper. Like Sekiro? Or what are you gonna... Oh, Elden Ring. Gotcha. Right now you're working on an oldie but goodie, Onimusha Warlords, because it occurred to you never beat that game. How about that? Yeah, sorry, I forgot. I forgot her skate. But cool. Onimusha Warlords, huh? What's the gameplay like of Onimusha Warlords? Yeah, you already own Sekiro. Man. Your brain is not putting all the right buttons in the right places. And I'm missing stuff, so I'm so sorry, folks. I'm like using my little feverish brain to rub the brain cells together to make thought happen. It's like old school Resident Evil with samurai and less horror, but a lot of blood, right? I think Onimusha is like kind of bloody. I think Snake was saying that's one of his favorite games. I don't know if I'm sick. I think I did a lot of physical work today, so I'm kind of like exhausted. But I think I can push through and be okay. Yeah, there's attic static going on up here. My fuzzy, hot attic brain. Not overly bloody, you don't think? Okay, maybe I'm thinking of a different game series then, or Skate. think the herbed goat cheese I got the other day from Aldi's is no good anymore. I think it's been sitting around too long. It starts tasting more like dirt. You know, the goat cheese. I love the tang of goat cheese. I don't like the tang of dirt. I think a few more spoonfuls will help me figure that out, though. Onimusha's combat flow is somewhere between Dark Souls and Devil May Cry with tank controls. That sounds like a rough combo, honestly. Hey, my first yawn of the night, potentially, Manny. Remember I didn't yawn at all yesterday? Because I was, like, so pumped up to talk to you guys about the Grotesque and the Bloodborne. He's reminding me to get something to drink. I talked so much yesterday, and then I had to talk to my uncle on the phone after that. After the show, I was like, that's it. Punching out. Going to bed. And then, there's some important family stuff going on that I had to chat with my uncle about, so... Oh, it's not tangy. You're playing the remaster. Fascinating. It makes sense once you get an hour under your belt. I bet, yeah. Everything shakes out. Thank you for keeping me watered, Jackie. I appreciate it. Oh, speaking of watering stuff, Claudel, my cyclamen that I rescued from the trash can, is looking so spectacular today. I do think I might water him tomorrow. He's looking so good, he just popped up a new flower. He is freaking popping off. I was like, getting dressed. I was changing out of my outdoor clothes into this outfit, and I was like, oh my god, Claudel has a new flower. It's bright pink. He is looking so good. His leaves are like getting there, I tell you. He's gonna be in perfect form in like a week, I bet. He is looking spectacular. But I haven't watered him in yet, so I haven't watered in the fertilizer I put in. But it's so great to bring him back from the brink of death. Okay. Back in the day when I would be like writing research papers and stuff for grad school, I would listen to the same song on repeat. I might have mentioned this already. Claudel loves the Bloodborne talk. Claudel's like, Grotesque? Tell me more. I used to listen to One Winged Angel on repeat for hours on end just to finish writing essays and stuff. I won't put y'all through that because that would be hell, I think. Oh, what button am I hitting? Don't do that. Boxing and the carnival celebrations. Once I get all this stuff typed up, I think I will read some Richard Klein with you all. Oh, that'll be tough, though. I mean, I'm gonna have to read some of that anyway. Tomorrow, I think I'm gonna be, like, locking myself in my room. I'm obviously gonna check in on my folks, give my dad his pain meds. I do want to spend 30 minutes in the basement working through some boxes and stuff with my pop, too. And, you know, checking on my brother and make sure he's doing good. Checking on the dog, maybe throw the frisbee for her. But I'm going to try, once again, to wake up at 6 a.m. and maybe record some footage if I can. I might just borrow footage from some folks on YouTube and credit them. The music sounds a lot like your alarm. The music in this game? That's interesting. You do the same. You'd put Apex... Oh, wait. You mean One Winged Angel sounds a lot like your alarm? You put Aphex Twin album on repeat while working on projects in college, you know, because it gives you a rhythm. It kind of helps you understand time a little better, but also at the same time to forget it. You do the same score on repeat too when it's perfectly synced to your brain. You don't even hear it yet. It's just sort of pumping in my blood, you know, helping me get through. I'm like, I can defeat this boss paper. It silences all other thoughts so I can work on the thing. Now, unfortunately, back in the day, that was like silencing thoughts of like getting up, stretching, sleeping, eating. You know, I was like, no, I don't need to do that. I can just listen to One Winged Angel and work on this paper for 13 hours in a row. Literally before it's due. You would blast 65 Days of Static, the band that did the No Man's Sky soundtrack, for something loud and thumping that doesn't distract you by having lyrics. There you go. That helps a lot. Oh, the Bloodborne music. You have the opening for the new Tomb Raider as your alarm. That's very cool. Is it chill? Because, like, this music is very, like, somber and chill. But I feel like listening to something you already know is a good bet when it comes to, like, working on something. It's, to me, it has to be driving, right? Come on, so it's got to be, like, something that's got, like, that driving, rhythm to it. But this is pretty good so far too. The Hunter's Dream ambient music. Okay, high status folks and low status folks together. How was class stride in Bloodborne? It was obviously it's the executioners of the opposing class, right? So the Canehurst Wildbloods. You will drop a track or two in the appropriate channel. A lot of the other stuff around that was high intensity. Very cool. How about that? And it's very similar. You actually use the alarm sound before you played the game. That's very interesting, Jackie. Do you think having the alarm sound inspired you to play the game? And how did you find the alarm sound in the first place? If you hadn't played the game, did you like hear it in a trailer or something? And you're like, that's actually so sick. I need that to wake me up every day. Canehurst Castle Royalty versus Executioners of the Church. Rich and poor. Outsiders versus Yarnamites is another one. True Yarnamites. I know Google Docs is going to be like, oh, it didn't question Yarnamites? Excellent. One thing I wanted to do was... Okay, I can't remember. In a lot of Souls games, you get to pick a class to start as. Did they have, like, classes in Bloodborne? I can't remember. Or is it just like, you're just a guy? That's it. Good luck. You're browsing a ringtone app, and it was a popular ringtone. Use your website you think to actually find out where it's from. Okay, they do have starting classes. Okay, let me pull that up. Bloodborne starting classes. Because sometimes they'll do, like, backgrounds. Ah, yes. Milk toast. An ordinary, happy upbringing. So me. I'm so milquetoast, dude. I am toast in milk. Milquetoast gang. All stats average. Lone survivors of a lost hamlet. Ooh. Clicked on the thing. High life essence and vigor. Suffered misfortune in youth. Highly resilient as usual. Terribly violent past. Rash but stronger for it. Born specialist fit for sleuthing in academia. Experienced in war, a soldier with strength and skill. I think I might have gone military veteran. Noble scion. The cruel fate, and then the waste of skin. I love the waste of skin. I love it. I love it when they're just like, you want to make this harder on yourself. But honestly, you just get 6 less points than everybody else. It's not that much bad, but it is like, how much do you hate yourself? And also, do you just want to run around naked? Waste of skin. You're nothing, talentless. You should have never been born. So wild. It just ain't right. In the Bloodborne Alpha, characters had different loadouts for the player. Each of your own unique weapon and apparel. I didn't know that. That's kind of cool. You have like a little Eileen the Crow. Then you have the saw cleaver, the axe, the Kirk hammer, and then just be Eileen the Crow. That's honestly cool. That's pretty cool. Usually choose the lowest level starting class in these games. So you started with Wasted Skin. Really? You didn't do Milk Toast? Why do you do that, Manny? Is that just an extra challenge for you, or do you find it to be like it feels balanced? Like, why do you pick it? So you get a backstory, stats, and some blood echoes to go with it. So maybe with Waste of Skin, do you get like some extra blood echoes to pour into things? It's more customizable in the long run. Okay, cool. Okay. In terms of class of these classes, I don't see anything that would pit them technically against each other. Like Scion would align with maybe the Choir or Bergenworth or something, but still. And it says the professional is fit for sleuthing or academia, but I don't think there's any, like, aside from you're nothing, talentless, and you shouldn't have been born, I don't see there being any favor given to one class or another. I think in Elden Ring they have some more interesting descriptions of different classes. Okay. Starting class backgrounds and inspiration. How do classes and hierarchies mix in Bloodborne, if at all? Oh, girl. It mixes during the night of the hunt. Are you kidding me? The hunt comes for everybody. Literally, my next line is, the hunt is a carnival! Ah! So excited about that. You better believe I have 2 exclamation points on that note. Mix in BB. I literally wrote, is the night of the... and then cross it out, and then I just wrote an exclamation points. The night of the hunt is a carnival. Man. Okay, that's 3 pages done now. Okay. Oh, yeah. Hunt as carnival. This will be a big segment for Saturday. Kind of big. GG. Thank you, Jackie. I appreciate that. I still have so many pages left to type up. These are all the handwritten notes I 3 out of God only knows. We gotta start powering through this, y'all. We gotta start moving. We gotta start typing. Typing first. Maybe I'll make notes on crack open Bloodborne and investigate this thing later. Probably. But thank you all for hanging out with me while I'm like literally typing stuff up. I know this isn't my most exciting broadcast, but it is very exciting for me to get this work done. Okay. Gather in Erden's chapel. It's fun as hell being here. Fun as hell having you. I'm so glad that you're kicking into The Sims. Are we also talking about how everything in this game is in some sort of... Oh, definitely. We're definitely talking about states of transition on Saturday for sure. I think that will be like first hour stuff. Because... which honestly, it might just be like me talking about concepts of the grotesque and being like, just showing Bloodborne on screen, like, here's something in the state of transition. Here's the carnival-esque hunt, you know? Like, just to like be able to blaze through it and make some decent conclusions by the end of it. I think I will have to like do the showing and the telling at once, you know? Is Alpha having me on the background? Excellent. Yeah, didn't you say, are you working on something, to be fair? I'm so sorry that I've already forgot. My brain is filled with eyeballs right now. Also, the ad break will be starting soon. So if you want to tell me what kind of weird ads you're getting while you're watching, I would love to know. I don't know what they're doing. I don't know what they're serving up these days. When you rescue them... the older lady. Gotta find out more about her. Maybe not for Saturday, but you're here for yapping every stream. This is a normal stream, except it's like yapping and the periods of silence aren't filled by the video game. It's like if you muted the video game, because usually it's like me talkie, and then the video game talks. But right now the video game isn't really talking. I rely on the video game talking for me so I don't have to talk nonstop like I did yesterday. Oh, that was a lot. The harlot Ariana. Descendant. Okay. The cannibal man. Maybe worked for the church. Given his Herod clothing set. I love that chapel floor creature though. I love chapel floor creature. If you could mute the video game, you would. But the games are great. Sometimes they do funny things, so it's good to have the video games around. You're verifying. Oh, that's right. You're working on YouTube Studio. You're verifying that hundreds of videos have exported, checking it against a spreadsheet, editing the videos where needed. No worries for forgetting. It means I'm locked in. Indeed, yeah. But good on you, to be fair. I did a lot of that the other day. I might do that in the background while I'm taking notes and reading tomorrow. We'll see, because I actually haven't uploaded anything today. But I'm a little less worried about it considering I used to only get 20 videos up, which was like minimum I needed 20 up every day. And now I can do like 40 or 50 in a day if I sit at my computer, which I will be doing tomorrow. Okay. Hair clothing sets. I think it's Adela. Adela the church maiden. Who prizes purity over all and will kill Ariana if you consort with her too many times. Welcome back from the ad break, by the way, folks. Hello, Jedi Potato. You're new here. You're slightly confused, but mostly calm and relaxed. You're trying to figure out what's happening, though. Okay, Jedi Potato. Today's stream and yesterday's stream are a little different from usual. Normally, I play video games and I chat with folks and we have a good time and stuff like that. Usually on a Thursday like today, I will be doing a new game every Thursday. Today I was going to play Tell Me Why, but I am preparing for a presentation that's coming up on Saturday at 9 a.m. Eastern Time as a part of the Bloodborne anniversary events. One of the teams that I'm a part of, which is called the Firekeepers, they're all Soulsborne, Sekiro enthusiasts, and we want to celebrate the anniversary of Bloodborne in a bunch of different ways. So folks are going to be playing the game. I'm going to be talking about the game and maybe popping into it and showing folks like some places live, but probably just some pre-recorded footage. All to celebrate Saturday. So that's kind of what's going on. So I've got the game on in the background because there's great music that's really chill. And my character is gesturing in the game. This is a gesture you can do. And I want to have the game open in case I need to check some item descriptions or some runes or some weapons and things like that, or even scope out some areas. I might have to load a different character to scope out some other areas though. That's like further down. And yeah, since it's a co-working stream, other folks are like working alongside me. Yeah. So that's what's going on. I find I have actually really enjoyed watching other folks do co-working streams because it gives me a chance to like actually respond to my emails, which I haven't done in a while. Maybe over a month. You just hit the jackpot for men's shoes in Sims 4. That's great, Jackie. I'm glad to hear it. Deep Lore Dives, what am I reading? Is there a Bloodborne book? So, I am working through 2 books that I 2 books and several articles I read back in grad school when I was pursuing my English degree. I have my master's in English. The books are Mikhail Bakhtin's Rabelais in His World, which is kind of one of the foundational texts on the Grotesque, which is going to be the main presentation, the Grotesque and Bloodborne, this Saturday. As well as Jeffrey Holt Harfum's on the Grotesque, which takes that theory and expands on it. And then a few articles that I printed up a decade ago, back when I was in grad school. Like Richard Klein's Straight Lines and Arabesques. I'm going to save that for tomorrow morning when I have a brain, because my brain is really fuzzy today. I did a lot of work outside. I was chopping down some ornamental grass, so I'm like, it's probably the pollen, to be honest. And a few other texts that I really enjoyed back then. So, I don't know if it's going to be a deep lore dive, but it will be sort of illuminating concepts in Bloodborne that we can consider grotesque, and then extrapolating from there what that means when we encounter that kind of thing in a narrative, and then take that from there to say, how does that change how we approach other narratives and also life and other people, humanity, you know? How does what we... Sorry, we're cracking my knuckles directly into the microphone. How does what we learn from a narrative like this affect our perception of real life? So it looks like I've been working real hard doing manual labor. I changed my clothes. I was really sweaty and gross, but I weeded a bunch, I pruned a tree, and I cut down some 6-foot tall grasses. Thankfully, I had some power tools for that. But I was about to get out there with the loppers and chop it, because that's what I have been doing for the last, I don't know, 5 or 6 years. And then I was like, wait a second. I was just working in the basement, and I'm pretty sure we have a hedge trimmer down there. We get that thing. It worked amazingly. But then you have to rake up all the grass, put it on a big tarp, drag it over the garden wall, dump it so it'll compost and stuff. So I was working for about 4 hours, and now I get to sit down and do other work, which is kind of my thing. So hi, Quantum. Good to see you. How are you doing today? So are you a fan of Bloodborne or anything like that, Jedi Potato Potato? I know you must be a fan of Star Wars. Did you ever play those Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order games? Because those are really good. Those are some fun Souls-likes. You'll love this game. Applying master's level nerdom to the game and game adjacent text. Is that something you enjoy doing? Because I enjoy doing that as well. Oh, what? There's a small typo in the stream title? How embarrassing. Let me change that. There we go. Thank you, Quantum. Yeah, I find this is something I've been thinking about for like 8 years, Jedi Potato Potato. I was like, if only I had the time. And it turns out I'll never have time to do anything. I just have to force myself to do things while I'm also doing other things. Which is fine. It all works out. Listen, a little bit of stress here and there. You know, it's giving me some gray hairs, but I'm getting through it. Alrighty. So we have the folks who participate in the Carnival of the Grotesque currently. Okay, that's where we are. Different classes of people. Different walks of life. Different genders. Oh yeah, I forgot there's also that other guy that's there. And the Skeptical Man. I don't think I ever saved the Skeptical Man. You've forever had plans to write a commentary on games, but you just can't bring it to life. You would love to post about Persona 5 Royal especially. Maybe you should get yourself involved in a project when you commemorate Persona 5 Royal so you can give yourself a deadline. Because that's what I needed. You've never played most Souls-like games. You're old and less patient than you used to be, so you really like watching. You love the Bloodborne aesthetic, but you haven't spent a ton of time with it. Oh, the aesthetic is what drew me in as well, because it's like I used to research Victorian periodicals and the way Victorian England in particular, not America, not like that time period of America, but Victorian England, how they interacted with Japan. So when they were like, here's this cool game that's got this interesting Victorian aesthetic, I was like, sign me up. I gotta play this thing. I think I did Dark Souls 1 and 2 before it though. So I had to, because I was like, I have to take my medicine before I have to like eat my salad before I eat my dessert, right? I had to do the hard work and then I could enjoy the thing I was really looking forward to. I also didn't have a PS4 until, then. So that's true, Quantum. Wait, Quantum. Wait. The 10-year anniversary of Persona 5 Royal is 2 years away. You're joking. That's a joke. This is a joke you have told me, and it must be. Otherwise, I am going to feel ancient. You can't say things like that. There's no way. But yeah, the Souls games can be very difficult, especially on the hands. I am so worried when I get to the Elden Ring DLC, because I beat Elden Ring sometime last year or the year before. And I'm so worried to get back into Elden Ring DLC and destroy my hands. I did have a tough time with an optional boss in Elden Ring that was giving me some pain in my hands. Oh, it's 10 years of the Persona 5 OG release. Still? That is so weird to me. It feels like the game came out 5 years ago. You love the grotesque and beautiful contrast, right? You're a massive fan of H.R. Geiger-esque stuff, for sure. Yeah, the grotesque is interesting because it's something that's, it's something that defies categorization, which sometimes makes it difficult to talk about. But also, it's contrasted truly with beauty, which can be considered like the ideal form. But when you think of it, the grotesque is really just our mundane forms, It's the things that we must do every day. Natural processes and bodily activities, eating, pooping, peeing, all these things. All these things are put in contrast to what an ideal, beautiful body would do. An ideal, beautiful body would not have lumps and bumps and fat and weird hairs and all this stuff. And yet, the body just does it naturally, So I feel like the grotesque is a fantastic way of better understanding ourselves and better appreciating ourselves. So I find it as very compelling as a lens that we can use to like look at games and see how they teach us a little bit about ourselves. It's the 10-year anniversary of Yakuza 0, Horizon Zero Dawn, Breath of the Wild, and Nier Automata. I'm turning into dust. Oh, you're bad again. 2017 is a worldwide release, and 2016 is a Japanese release. Okay. I see. But still, I am turning into dust. In this very moment. Different class of people, different walks of life, different genders. All coming together. For shelter. During the night of the hunt. This is not in my notes, but interestingly, if you send them off to Yosefka, who runs the clinic that you begin in Bloodborne, who's sort of working as an arm of the church by doing blood ministrations. And experimentation. Yosefka changes all the folks you send her to basically look the same. She sort of nullifies their individuality. Hollow Knights? Hollow Knight is also... I think I played Hollow Knight on release, if I'm not mistaken. I did the demo and then I did the game on release because I loved it so much. Dang. So it's the 8-year anniversary of Hollow Knight. Do you think they'll wait until 2027 to release Silksong? I can wait. If you send with Yosefka, she nullifies their individuality by making All identical aliens. I believe the aliens have no mouths, too. Remember my Hollow Knight shenanigans? Yeah. I think I played it fresh, right? The Hollow Knight shenanigans. It was so much fun. That game was so good. I still believe in Silksong. I still believe. I think it's so funny that Team Cherry, the developers for Hollow Knight, were like, see guys, this is what happens when you release a game when it's not in its perfect state. We're delaying Silksong again. They're like commenting about some game that released with bugs and stuff. I thought that was so funny. They are little rascals, I tell you. They're memers. You met Miss 8 years ago today? Oh my god, that's so cute. That is so cute, Jackie. Happy meterversary to you and Mist. I love it. Oh my god, 8 years. So incredible. And Galaxy Geek, good to see you. I was the reason you bought Hollow Knight in the first place. Did you enjoy it, Manny? And it's your 6th anniversary too. Yay! Hold on. We gotta clap for that. It's a loud clap. Sorry about that. It's a bit loud. But still, congrats. 6 years together. Love it. Love, love, love it. I think when you send folks to Yosefka's clinics, I think they have vague indications of who they are, but their personality is mostly wiped. Never mind the game. You just hope Team Cherry is still alive and well, right? Yeah. We have all identical aliens who only vaguely resemble themselves through their actions. Purification through the church then leads to we'll say that. Okay. You did. You can't wait until you hit 50 and Silksong finally drops. I can't wait to be... maybe when I'm 40, maybe Silksong will drop. Maybe I'll be like... God only knows what's going to go on in my life. Maybe I'll be giving talks about Bloodborne. And I'll be like, oh, wait, guys. I got to bust out the Switch and play Silksong and get really mad at my hands not working. Okay. Everyone participates equally during the carnival. If you were here yesterday, you don't know why I'm talking about carnivals and the grotesque. Carnival is where we often see the grotesque manifest. Carnivals are cyclical events. They're ritualized. People participate in them from all stratums of society. And it is our one time to overindulge, be excessive, exaggerate the features of the self, usually through masks. So big noses, big mouths, big old bellies swelling with beer and meat and such. Sort of a very like equalizer. Also a bit topsy-turvy too. So like the ugly becomes the prize. You know, the scarier your Halloween mask, the better. The beautiful is brought low. Everything that is sacred is like, whatever, you know, dress as the devil today. Why not? That kind of thing. So the carnival is the opportunity for us to really engage with the grotesque and set aside things that are holy and sacrosanct. And I'm going to be arguing that the carnival itself, so the hunts, which is the main activity you participate in Bloodborne, is like the carnival. I'll have a more cogent thought to present to you on Saturday. You're playing the new Silksong on the Switch 3. Oh my god. You're going to do like a 36-hour session straight up? I could never do that. You gotta catch me doing 5 hours of any video game. It doesn't matter how much I love it. Oh, I gotta uncross my legs. Oh, god. I can never do that. Listen, Kwanzaa, we're getting old. Who's gonna be doing 36 hours of gaming in a row? Not me. I love video games a lot, but I'm clocking in, I'm clocking out, I'm going to sleep. But I do know folks that go hard for stuff. Like, I think folks were going hard for that new Monster Hunter, right? They were like, I gotta play this for 12 hours. Okay, participating equally in the carnival. Remember my question to myself was, Does the carnival in Bloodborne put everyone on equal footing? I would say yes. I'd say yeah. I think everyone is unfortunately subject to the hunt. Whether they like it or not, whether they hide themselves in their homes or not. Okay. Is this when I started getting into... No, not yet. Okay. I started getting into etymology in my notes, too. Oh, yeah. You miss binging games? You haven't really done that since Final Fantasy XIV, have you? Your attention span is just so short. Interesting. Do you think that's because you have a tendency to hyperfixate on things? So maybe that elasticity is lost or something, Quantum? I wonder about that. Because for me, I like to leave myself longing for a game, like with the Golden Idol. I don't want to like sit down and beat it all at once. I want to be like, dang, I can't wait to come back to this game and play it next Tuesday, you know? Alrighty. Carnival and eccentricity. Strange masks. And outfits. Outlandish behaviors. Overindulgences. Oh, you feel like it's been the opposite? You've been suppressing your hyperfocus for various reasons, sadly. You want to go back to it, but less? Interesting. So do you feel like your attention span is shot because you're thinking about things that you want to fixate on, but you can't fixate on them? Like maybe it's the fact that you're denying yourself, that you're like, man, I can't focus on this work I have to do because I want to do some other thing. Overindulgence. I don't know how to spell the word indulgence, apparently. Shirking societal norms. And intermixing and mingling. Okay, here we go. Carnivals are ritual moments in culture. Time for me to take my meds. And we got 30 minutes left until I'm going to give my dad his meds. And I'll be getting up to take a break then. So I'll get something to eat. Check it on my dog. Of course, give my dad his pain meds. Make sure he's doing well tonight. Alrighty. Carnivals are ritual moments in culture to upend social norms. I wonder if I'm gonna finish typing up these notes tonight. I hope I can, because I would really like to, by the end of the night, read you all some stuff from some of my favorite articles. That would be nice. So one of the things that they do for Carnival is to manipulate the environment to encourage eccentric behavior. I would definitely say the environment is manipulated in Bloodborne. There's like in the first area of Yharnam, there is a beast that's been like crucified and lit on fire. A lot of areas where there's like crucified and flaming beasts and stuff. I feel like that is in the carnival spirit. Yeah, I do take care of my dad. So my dad has cancer. Cancer causes pain and stuff. So I'm looking after him, making sure he's getting his meds on the right cycle. You know, so he doesn't take too much and endanger himself, but also he doesn't take too little. And then like the pain could be so bad that it can, at one point, several years ago, actually when I was playing Bloodborne, weirdly enough, so that must have been 2017, My dad, his pain was so bad, he actually went into cardiac arrest. So, oh no, not cardiac arrest. What is it called? AFib. That's the one. He had AFib. So, it's a delicate balancing act, but I feel like I've got it nailed down, Jedi Potato. So I'd say he's okay. He's watching Babylon 5 with my mom right now. Having a great time. God, what is happening in the game? In the show, they were saying that the big battle, I don't want to spoil anything for Centauri, who I think is watching Babylon 5, but the big battle between some of the bigger forces is just wrapped up, and now they're doing stuff like they have to deal with the president of Earth, to be fair. Oh yes, it is tough. It's tough, Jedi Potato, but I'm finding a way to balance it. I just seem to be getting more responsibilities, but I think I'm managing them okay. But I'm also giving myself more work, such as working on this presentation. So I'm doing pretty okay myself. You know, I'm trying to balance stuff by having a fun day outside. You know, like going into the garden is how I level out. I reset. You know whereabouts my folks are? They're loving it. They're having a great time. My dad loves it so much he doesn't want to stop watching it, but I'm like, you gotta get ready for bed. Yeah, streaming is currently my full-time job, Jedi Potato. You're doing great. We just have to keep an eye on me, too. I know. I got to take care of myself. That's why I'm eating at 6:30, and I ate before the show. So, eating, sleeping, making sure I'm drinking water, and doing fun things. Like, this is so much fun for me. And being able to play video games every night with you all is so much fun for me. Thank goodness I have a job I enjoy doing. But this job helps me do the caretaking job, Jedi Potato. So I can take care of all my folks, my brother included. It gives me a lot of time to spend time with my family, which is pretty much what I want to do in life. So, Carnival. Oh, yes, that's right. Central Yarnum, for instance, is set up for the Carnival of the Hunts. With the crucified beasts? Flaming beasts? I wonder if it's set up in any other ways for the hunt. It's one heck of a space you've got here. It's so great. I'm so glad, Jackie. What a great group of folks I get to come back to every day. I got great folks I check in on every day and get to spend time with, like my mom, my dad, my brother. And then I get to do this every night and hang out with you all. It's so great. Act 2, Bloodborne, the perfect carnival cruise. Oh my god. That would be wild. Orphan of Cause just surges up onto the deck and starts beating the placenta sword against the deck. And it's just like, people start clapping and taking pictures, and then it just like, rah! Chop someone in half. Grows wings. Lightning is everywhere. This is the best carnival I've ever been on. Best cruise ever. I wish I could go on a cruise. That seems like a fun thing. Okay, setting up the town for a parade or carnival. Then we have... What? I might have to pontificate more of how the game is set up for the carnival. Like, what ways do they make it like, hey, it's time to participate. If you're not participating, lock your doors. If you are participating, get out here and fight some beasts, you know? I have to think a little more on that. Maybe putter around. I mean, Yarhar Ghul is not really set up for that. Because no one's there. Everybody gets snatched up and turned into an old one. How does beauty, purity, and intellect flux and degrade? Okay. I mean, you can literally have your insight stolen from you in this game. And I have a little note that says, don't forget disability is an aspect of Grotesque. All right. Past Tina. I don't know if I'll be able to cover that on Saturday, though. But it's gonna get there. Oh, another ad break is starting soon, by the way. Just so you know. If you're not subscribed, you might be seeing some ads. Just to give you a heads up. I'm so glad that the PS4 considers this gesture that my character is doing as me playing the video game. Yeah, Hard Gold is totally set for the carnival. It's just that when you get there, the show is still in pre-prep. That's true. The big show is the one Reborn, right? The PS4 is an old one. It is a great one, isn't it? It's it is slumbering. It is in a state of slumbering and wakefulness, both in the dream and in the nightmare. Oh no! It says it's no. Shit! Damn! I thought it was so slick. All right. Damn! I thought it was slick. Please let me rest. No, you have to play the beautiful song in the background. Play the song, damn it. You're waiting for that rest message. Hey, why don't you get a rest, Manny? You should get some rest in. Let that be your message from the PS4 to you. Grotesque and Carnivalesque. Exaggerations of the parts of one's body. Oh, this is I'm so gonna be audience baiting. What enemies and characters have exaggerated features in Bloodborne? That's gonna make so silly. Okay. Audience interaction moment. I'm trying to plan these in so it's not just me talking to you all for 2 hours on Saturday at 9 a.m. But it'll help some folks who maybe are coming in from the raid train feel like they have something to contribute to the conversation and that they're not just staying there like our emoji that we have, the yellow emoji. That's just like that one. Or the waiting emoji. You'll sleep when you're dead? I don't know about that, Manny. I don't know. See, you know the emoji. My keyboard looks like it's so high up. Are my wrists and arms okay? Yeah, it's a little bit higher than where I'm at, but I'm short, Jedi Potato. I'm like not too short, I'm 5'4", but my chair, if I move it up, my feet won't be hitting the ground. So I'm better with like this than I am with like if I was up here, you know. I also think I'm subconsciously trying to fit into the camera frame. So hold on. My camera's it's gonna get a little stalled for a sec as I open up this app. It's gonna stall for 1 sec. Now we're good. I'm gonna move this up slightly since I'm at my desk. I think that'll be good. There we go. Posture check too. Okay. Posture may not be great because I was hunched over digging up weeds today. But we'll see. So, okay. What enemies and characters have exaggerated features? Such as eyes, arms, mouths, etc. Right, then I can do a little slide. Ergonomics are important. I really do want to get a footrest, definitely. So that way I can be up here. I don't do too much typing anymore, except for in an instance like this, or if I'm taking notes out of a book that I'm reading. And thanks for reminding me to drink some water, Manny. And I don't do a lot of keyboard gaming. I'm mostly a controller gamer, personally. But I really should be. My physical therapist was like, you gotta get a footrest for sure. Foam roller works in a pinch. This is very true. It's all stuff that if I had slightly more time, like if I didn't have so many other responsibilities, I would definitely go so hard on improving things. But as long as something is working pretty good, I'm trying to stick with it for now. Gotta make sure the Tomatina grows strong, just like Claudel, just like my plant Claudel. Good old Claudel, he's getting big now. You fidget and bounce constantly. Footrest might be hard for you, yeah. I kind of pivot around a good bit, so I need something that's 1, big, and 2, that's pretty much right under the chair, you know. Yeah, exactly. 80% is good enough, you know? As long as something's working well enough, I'm okay with it. I used to have a terrible straight back chair. It was one of those gamer chairs. It was like racer chairs. So at least I have like, I got a Herman Miller I bought on eBay, you know, so I save a little money. But it's been a godsend for me. You bought your foam roller when you did physical therapy last. You can test drive some if you're still going. Oh, I'm not going. She said it was doing too good. It makes me so sad, Jackie. But she said that I've made enough progress that she wants you to take like 3 weeks off and just do physical therapy at home. And I'm like, but I miss you, Stephanie. Who's gonna kick my ass, Stephanie? If you're not gonna kick my ass, I have to kick my own ass. I can't reach that far. It's good because I'm making progress, but also like, I didn't do physical therapy yesterday because I was squatting in the garden all day, planting liriope. I'm like, what is the word for taking something out of a pot and putting it in the ground? That's where I'm at. I was planting some liriope. And then today, I also didn't do physical therapy because I was digging up weeds and then chopping down grass. Speaking of Herman Miller chairs, there's some wicked deep discounts on them for the manufacturer's website. That's interesting, Mandy. Why is that happening? Exactly. The routine is hard to keep, minus like my physical therapist. But I'm doing it. Like, I kicked my own ass, I think, 2 days ago. And I'm still getting some good soreness from it. So I'm trying to maintain that balance. That sounds about right, Manny. Maybe they're going to introduce like the new level 2026 stuff. You know, I'm cursed to lead an interesting life, Jedi Potato Potato. I have a very busy life, but I enjoy it. I think I'd be really bored if I didn't. So. Okay. So. Oh, yes. Then I listed some examples of characters with grotesque features. So I won't read that out loud to you because I want you all to think of some on Saturday. Although I must have talked about them yesterday too. Just forget that I said it. I do need a foam roller though, Jackie. That might help with I do a stretch like this and then that. And she recommended getting a foam roller to sort of glide the arm under a little easier. It's called threading the needle. One big old arm. What is that one beast called? Oh, yeah. Flappy Boy. The Bloodstar Feast. I don't know if its features are exaggerated, but its grotesque body is open. I'll put him in. The inside is on the outside, so... Any other ones? Doesn't I have some marginalia? Driving me nuts. What do you use a foam roller for, Magresta? It's definitely multi-purpose. I feel like it would be good for doing some like upper back stuff on the ground, like doing this kind of postural thing, you know? Okay, so that's enough of that. Only way in which a caricature is used to make a powerful person or enemy seem less powerful. There's only like one instance I can think of that in Bloodborne, and that would be Mikolash with his big dumb cage hat. Honestly, that big stupid cage is like, this dude is wild. He's out of it. Ignores my plea. My favorite grotesque thing is the fact that muscles rip and tear to accommodate for new muscle mass. Isn't that cool? We're like augmenting ourselves by harming ourselves or breaking ourselves down to get bigger. Pretty cool, right? You don't really need a foam roller, but it's good if you're doing a lot of stretching. Oh, I have like a little muscle roller. I actually haven't used it in a while, Magresta, but I have one of the, it's like a hard plastic thing. It's a handheld device I use to kind of like roll myself out like dough. It's kind of like tenderize the meat a little bit, I guess. Because apparently my muscles are all tense and tight. I should get back to that. It's a smart idea. It's funny how humans are like that. Why are we so glutinous? Why are we developing proteins? The Tina tenderizer. It's for when one is too turgid. Oh, right, by exaggerating flaws. Oops, I forgot to put that in there. Perceived, let's say perceived flaws. Because there's nothing wrong with a big nose or anything like that. Okay. Detergifier. Alrighty. Exaggerating features brings people down to earth and creates a shared sense of humanity. But in Bloodborne, it makes things more monstrous and strange. Okay. I think. Possibly. I think after this is when I was like, what is the linguistic root of the word strange? Don't worry about the turgid stuff. I was giving... Oh yeah, now it's time for definitions of monster hosts and etc. There are hosts in this game, like Mikolash hosted the Nightmare. I feel like when I played Bloodborne, I loved it so much, but I don't know if I understood it very much. You know? Can I incorporate the word turgid into Saturday's presentation as an Easter egg for the true OGs? Get wrecked raid trainers. I mean, turgidity is a way in which we extend into the world, that we permeate the world in a grotesque fashion, right? So maybe. I will try, Manny. I'll think about it for the OGs. Why not? Alrighty. Now, ooh! Did y'all hear that? Damn. Not the thunderstorm. Oh, it's raining for sure. Dang. Well, that's great because I planted a whole bunch of stuff and it does need to be watered in, but still. I would like it to not be so loud and scary. I would also like to not lose power. Scary. Alright, I'm gonna move the... We're gonna move it a little bit so the PS4 knows that it's on. Sorry, I'm a big baby. What is rain? Cries in Arizona. You would be the third person in this community who I know from Arizona. I know so many Arizonans. Arizona is representing, let me tell you. Yeah. It's a fitting ambiance of the subject matter. Does it ever rain in Bloodborne? It seems like in Yharnam it has rained, but mostly blood. Because you can find several puddles in Yharnam. It's very interesting. And they have that same kind of oil slick look to them. We're not a sane people. At least, I think there's no daylight savings time in Arizona, right? That's pretty sane to me. Not having to deal with the light changing and stuff. But the heat there, that's too much for me. That is just wild. You know? I could never. Alright, now we're going to get into definitions of monsters. So, I don't know if this is pertinent, but I'm going to still take it down. So, monster comes from monstrum. And monstrare. And monere, to warn. No defense is correct. It's a perk. It doesn't make up for 120 degrees though. In fact, it's gonna be 90 degrees all week. 90 degrees and it's like March is wild. Phoenix is a monument to man's hubris. Is that so? Oh, that's a clip? That's the best part about living in Arizona is the no daylight savings time, I bet. You don't have to ever be like, am I gonna be late for work? What time of year is that? Monstrum comes from monstrare, which is to demonstrate. Oh, it's pounding rain out now. I'll just take this off. Oh, you don't even know the clip? Oh, is it from King of the Hill? That's just how you feel about Arizona. Hey, it seems like it's the way a lot of folks feel about Arizona then. If it's just in your subconscious. Comes from monstrare, to demonstrate, and monere, to warn. Monstrum is a divine omen or portent. And the appearance of monsters was a sign of an impending supernatural event. Monstrum can also mean abnormal shape or deformed. Okay, so there's monster. What's up, shrimp? Hi, tasty shrimp platter. That King of the Hill clip lives rent-free in your head. And it's apparently embedded in Agresta's soul as well. How about that? I mean, living out there in the desert where it's so freaking hot all the time and dry. Y'all are made of sterner stuff. Alright, now to talk about hosts, like Mikolash hosted the Nightmare. Host. From the French, host. From the Latin, hospit. The root of oh no! Did you try to link it? I'm so sorry. Sorry about that. It's just to prevent like bots from coming here and being like, whoa, what's this? Here's a link, and then it like fishes all your data and stuff. So here it is, it's you funny. I wish I could click on it, but I try not to click on YouTube videos during the stream because they often are way louder than my voice, and then it like burns out everybody. But, yeah. You would take a 118 degree day in Phoenix rather than a 97 degree Fahrenheit day in Miami. Well, that's because of the humidity, right? No worries, Jedi potato potato. All good. And I'm glad. Yeah, I typically save watching stuff for after the show. It's because my YouTube is so loud. I don't know what's wrong with me. I'm like a deaf old lady over here. I can't hear anything, so I just crank up YouTube. It's usually gardening videos. Okay, the root of hospice. Okay. Which is both host, guest, and stranger or foreigner. A lot of foreigners in Bloodborne. In fact, you yourself are from a foreign land. There are several other folks that join the hunt from foreign lands. You're dipping out for dinner. Enjoy your dinner, Jackie. And happy, again, anniversary to you and Mist. You would take almost anything over being in Florida. Yeah. You lived in Pensacola, Florida for a long time, and is it like muggy and mosquito-y, I bet? My grandma on my mom's side used to live in Florida, and I just remember it being like soup. I'm in Maryland right now. A Jedi potato. Yeah, host. How about hostia? Is the victim or sacrifice, which I feel like that is definitely one of the roles Mikolash plays. But is it grotesque? I don't know. Is it just my fascination with the word host and monster and all that stuff? Maybe. Like the heavenly host. Hosts harbor organisms And parasites. That was loud as hell. I feel like lightning just hit something really close. That was really loud and scary. Okay, well, in 3 minutes I'll be giving my dad his meds, so if the stream goes down, just assume that the power went out. Yeah, I hope I didn't hit the gardening project from earlier. Ooh. It seemed like it was actually closer to the backyard, so that might be the gardening project from the other day. Let's open up. Okay. Ooh. Okay. Saw a bright flash of light. I'm really afraid of thunderstorms, guys. I don't really like them. That's over organisms and parasites or biological creatures. I would like this storm to go away, please. Okay. Hostages from the same route. Time for a glass of wine. That would be nice. I could also take my anti-anxiety medication. You know, the stuff that I'm prescribed. Alrighty. Back to the notes on the Bloodborne instead of etymology. And also slightly touching the controller to make sure the PlayStation doesn't go to sleep. Okay. Wow, that was a loud crack. Lightning. I really don't need any more of that. I would take some anti-anxiety medication, but it does make me kind of sleepy. I think I'll just chill out. No, you're fine, Jedi Potato Potato. I'm actually getting work done. I was getting pretty much no work done yesterday because I just wanted to like get some ideas out yesterday. So today I'm actually going through some of these notes and writing them down. I do need to do a ton more notes, but still, this is better than nothing. I'm on stream, so like I am gonna take time to pause and not actually do the work I need to do. It's totally fine though. I'm like scared of having electrical stuff near me because of the thunder. It'll be fine though. Because of course it's 6:30. So I'm gonna send us over to the break and play us a little bit of bossa nova. Okay. Good old mods, right? Thank goodness. We have some of the best. I honestly think we have the best mods on Twitch. Very proactive folks. I had some cereal on the break. How goes this script writing? Did I say that? Fair enough, yeah. So right now I'm translating my notes here onto a document, so I'll be able to rearrange them into something that's coherent thought, you know, something like that. So that's what we're up to right now. I'm hoping that I can finish this within an hour, maybe. Oh man, but I do have to wrap up early tonight. Usually I stream until 8:30. Sorry, usually I stream until 9. I would like to wrap up around 8:30 tonight because I really do want to get up at 6 tomorrow so that I can get up at 6 on Saturday for this presentation. So, but if I have time, I did find some of my old printed articles about the Grotesque from well over 10 years ago that I want to reread hopefully for Saturday. If not, I'll just work with the 2 foundational text or even maybe just Bakhtin. I may not even get to Harfam, but I think it'll be very important to talk about metaphor and narratives and stuff like that. I want to take this beyond just like there's grotesqueries around us in Yarnum. I want to take it to like and what, you know. The stream cracks you up as like Lovecraftian NPR. Yeah, at least this stream, you know. I don't know if it's going to be very Lovecraftian past Saturday, except I probably will continue to be talking about Bloodborne because I think I'm going to try to turn this presentation into one of those long video essays. Oh, you're all going to leave at 8:30 even if I'm in mid-conversation? Okay. Will I present this solo or is it a roundtable of sorts? This is going to be a solo presentation, Morphinius. It would be a very cool panel to talk about if I had done some preparation for that, but I think it's going to be my solo presentation. What game report projects will be next? Well, I do have a schedule right here. So usually I'm playing Yakuza, Deadly Premonition, a new game every Thursday, Stardew Valley, and Final Fantasy XIV. That's usually what I'm doing on stream. But who knows, maybe I'll take like one day a week to work on this potential long video essay that I want to do on Bloodborne. So there you go. I'm trying to work through games. I did an event called New Game Thursday, where every Thursday I played a new game. We're finally wrapping that up this, well, potentially next Thursday. Yeah, potentially next Thursday, but also it's kind of extended to June for Pride Month because I'm going to be playing Tell Me Why in Pride Month. Because it's a game about some trans characters and stuff. I feel like it would be very apropos to play during Pride Month. But for the most part, New Game Thursday is going to be wrapping up. And I've started so many great new games every Thursday that I'm going to have to go back and beat those. Oh yeah, that's why it's wrapping up, Jedi Potato. Because, it's expensive to buy a new game. So I'm going to have to go and just play it for 5 hours. I'm going to have to, go back and play all these games so I can get my money's worth. You just got some food. Hi to anyone who said hi to me that I missed just now, like Morphinius. Okay, what'd you get, Ryan? You have to tell us. Games ain't free. I know some of them are. Like when you get gifted a code for something, but not all of them are. Don't tell me my PS4 went to sleep. Oh, thank God. Okay. I did go overtime yesterday, and then I stayed up and talked to my uncle until about 9:30 yesterday, and I was like, you know, after the show, I took my sleep meds. I was like, nailed it. Brushed my teeth. Went downstairs to check it on my mom because I saw the light was on. And I was like, oh, time to talk to the uncle. So, this community is very generous. Yes, I should definitely say so. Many of the games for New Game Thursday were gifted to me, thankfully. So sometimes I get codes for games and I check them out. Sometimes the community gives me games. I also buy games on sale for Steam sales and stuff. Good. Oh, hello. Do you need any assistance? Oh, I left my water bottle. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Thank you. I'm sorry. I forgot that. Did I leave it in the bathroom? Oh, okay. You don't want to show everybody your cool peanuts pajamas. All right, but I got you those for Christmas. I love you, Mama. Everything's good? Okay. Let me know if you need any help. I'll get up anytime you need me to. I left my water bottle in the bathroom. Tragic mistake. You never know what might be put into there. But that was Mama and her cool peanuts pajamas, flannel pajamas. Thank you. Hey, time to test to see if anybody else put anything in this. Oh, rice, cauliflower, and burrito. It's a combination of eating healthy and getting fit. Did someone knock on my door again? No, I put it on my nightstand. I took care of that earlier. Usually I put that in the shower. But yeah. No worries. Oh, I was getting big hugs and kisses on the cheek earlier today, Smee, because Mom and I were working out in the garden. And we were just so giddy. Thanks, Manny, for reminding me to drink some water, by the way. We were so giddy that we found this hedge trimmer in the basement and got to use it on some ornamental grass, which I have been cutting with loppers for the past 5 or 6 years, and Mom has been cutting it with loppers for 10 years before that. And an electric hedge trimmer. Let's go. It's great. Man. Thank God, it's like a chainsaw. First day of spring, yes! It was so perfect, except for it is raining. So. But, I think the thunderstorm has passed. Let's hope. I know. I'm not gonna let this PS4 rest. It has to continue making cool music. Black Beast, thank you so much for the 63 months. And Devontae, so good to see you. Oh, yes. The thunderstorm was so loud, Devante, everyone was like, whoa, I heard that too. It was a crack of loud thunder. Very scary. My Chemical Romance fan, I hope you're having a good day today. Happy first day of spring. Oh, and this frog is perfect for it, Black Beast. This frog says, I am a work in progress. That's what the Grotesque is all about, okay? It's about being in a state of transition. No one's ever perfect, right? Even if you achieve a goal that you want to, whether it be bodily or something in your career or something, there's always one onto the next thing, and two, not everything stays perfect. So I just did a bunch of weeding. Guess what's gonna happen in a week? I'm gonna do a bunch of weeding because life just continues to crop up everywhere, sometimes in places you don't want it to. So it's okay to keep working on things, and the best thing you can keep working on, Black Beast, is yourself. So I do hope that you're putting a little time and effort into weeding your soul, you know. But just know, everything takes time. Everything is a process. You're a work in progress, but a great work, I would say. Skipping down the road under the sunshine. Look at that cute ass frog with its cute little boots. It's rainbow and its basket of little thingies. Did you do a bunch of weed, or do you think the frog did? You're doing good. I'm doing great. I'm actually transferring my notes into a document so I can make some sense of it. Hopefully soon. And Manny, what would you like me to do to celebrate you gifting out a bunch of subs? Sneakily. But I do like that idea, Morphinius, that you proposed. Someday I would love to talk to other folks in sort of a roundtable discussion about Bloodborne. That would be very, very cool. I hope that the folks who will also be participating in the Bloodborne Anniversary Raid Train, hopefully those folks will come by and want to like contribute to the conversation. I would love, because Twitch is an environment where I'm talking to people live, I would absolutely love to chat with folks, take a break in my slide presentation and be like, so what do you guys think? What do you think is an example of the Grotesque? What features are exaggerated? Yada, yada, yada. That kind of thing. What did you take away from the game when you played it? That kind of thing. So I can have that round table opportunity. Oh, and how did this opportunity come up? It's a part of the stream team that I joined this year, Morphinius, the Firekeepers. I saw it pop up. I love Bloodborne. It's a collaboration opportunity, and I'm like, heck yeah. So like folks like Ellie Joy Panic are hosting it. Jen is Online is hosting it as well. And a whole bunch of other folks from the Firekeepers are participating. So I'm like, okay, I'm the new kid on the block. Let me jump in and do something fun. Oh, did a bunch of weed? No, I did a bunch of weeding. Doing a bunch of weed outside does sound like a fun thing to do. But, and can you bank your thanks for a future time? Sure, just remind me though, Manny. No, I didn't do a bunch of weed outside. I don't know what gardening under the influence would be like. I bet it's pretty chill though. But no, I just dug up a bunch of dandelions in the garden bed and crabgrass and stuff like that. You do the spraying of the weeds? Yeah, we grow so much stuff that if I sprayed the weeds, it would kill the stuff I want to grow. So, you think I'm going to 360 no-scope this, do a 15 out of 10? I just want to present an idea that folks can walk away with and be like, wow, I learned something about this game I love. I think I only need 5 minutes to do that, but I get 2 hours to yap, so I'm going to take it. I'm going to be like lining your brains with eyeballs and stuff. You'll walk away in a nightmare. So I have taken about 5 pages of notes and translated it to a document. I need to do that for maybe 20 more pages. At this pace, I can see myself doing another 5 maybe if I'm quick. And I'll do the rest tomorrow morning when I wake up. But I am so happy to chat with you all. It is not a bother to me. This is like my hangout time. I treasure it. It's why I'm doing this on stream instead of just canceling the stream and working. So, very happy to talk to you all about the stuff that I'm working on, the stuff that you're working on, what you did today, that kind of thing. Hey! It's fine, Jedi potato potato. This is why I'm streaming. So I would be able to very efficiently get this done in maybe an hour's time. It's like doing my makeup on stream. Off stream, I could do it in 30 minutes. On stream, it's an hour and 30 minutes. You hope Tina won't be mad at him for teaming. Coolidge says transcending the hood with this one. At the end of my presentation. We'll see what kind of mood I'm in, Manny. We'll see what kind of mood I'm in. Oh, life. See, I feel like this is such a great idea. The carnival highlights the absurdity of life. It's so great. Ugh. The carnival, a way of absorbing the eccentric in a safe way. Of containing contagion. Does it function that way in Bloodborne? And then, so I'm asking myself a lot of questions, which is like, girl, you better figure it out in 24 hours. You better. It wouldn't be the first time, because the first time was when I was like, this is so good, except for I said hood instead, and everyone clowned on me for it. Oh, that's so great. You're watching The White Lotus. I told you Jennifer Coolidge was in it. She's a treat in that show. I bet. See, I don't know what The White Lotus is about, though, Clamp. You gotta tell me. I was like, this is so hood, but I meant to say this is so good. No one, Twaffle in particular, won't let me forget. So, listen, typing is hard, okay? Oh yeah, I was like, that's really good, except for I said that's really hood. This is gonna be an on-stream thing, like on my channel, 9 a.m. Eastern time, Saturday. It'll be right here on twitch.tv/itstina. That's where it's gonna be. By the way, thank you for all the follows today and yesterday, folks. I really do appreciate it. I typically don't call out followers or say like, hey, thank you specific person for following, but thank you all so much for the follows this evening. I really do appreciate it. It's good to know that you all don't mind the ravings of a mad woman as I try to sort out all this brain goo. Yeah, I think the time, it's gonna be tough for a lot of folks. I do have a lot of folks watching who are in like a completely different time zone where they're like, oh hell yeah, I'll be like eating lunch then. And then I have some folks that are like, I will on the West Coast and that will kill me. So everyone stick around because Tina rules. It's nice, right, Smee? People do like seeing the process. And I also think other folks like working as well. I love co-working. It's so great. It's the only way I ever get emails done. If I'm emailing somebody, it's because somebody else is working. So. But I haven't been watching co-working in a bit. Okay. So, the hunts. Does it breed contagion? Isolate it? Contain it? Exterminate it? I think the so-called purpose of the hunt is to contain and eradicate contagion in Bloodborne. However, it just perpetuates it, honestly. Watch me while it's still day around here will be a novelty, right? It'll be like the old days, Morphinius, when I would, like, not have good sleep. You know? Right. Oh, yeah, the grottos. I do kind of have to talk about the grottos because of the chalice dungeons, so. You follow me because you were confused. My stream is recommended by Twitch. You were puzzled as to what happened, but you stayed for the yapping and the good eyeballs. That's great. Hey, this game, Bloodborne, is all about eyeballs too, so I hope you'll like that. White Lotus follows a bunch of super rich white people couples and families who are spending time in a tropical resort and being horrible human beings. That sounds great, Clamp. Wild. Alrighty. I wonder if I watched all of this. Oh, okay. I think I skimmed through the last half of that video. Because she was just at the end talking about Grotesques in design, but from Cowcumbers and Cornucopia by, oh, I don't have her name here. Shoot. By so-and-so. I'll have to quote that scholar if I want to quote anything from her. You've never watched White Lotus, but you do love the intro song. Is it really compelling? Yeah. It has a weird wobbling sound, yeah. The grotesque in design. Okay, I have to add the colon. Okay. We actually talked about ornamentation a lot yesterday. It is fun to talk about, but I don't know if it's going to really push the conversation forward on Saturday. I'll still keep my notes for it, though. So ornaments, decoration that doesn't make something more useful. Grotesque ornaments like foliage, scrolls, plants, stems, animals, real and imagined, humans and masks. Popular. What is my man holding while staring at the fire? It looks like a harp. Let me show you. We'll pop over there for a sec. Let's see about Bloodborne. Oh, it's a beast claw. I have a beast's claw kind of strapped to my hand. So those are two like finger bones of a beast that I've put a little grip on and fashioned into a weapon. And when I combine that, I gotta change my rune over here. When I combine that with a certain rune, like the Beast Embrace, then I become a wolf man. Well, a wolf woman. Avery's a girl. You can see I become the beast itself. There's lots of ways to augment your body in Bloodborne. Runes are one of them, and you can literally transform how you look. Some runes don't have transformative effects, so a greater rune like Hunter just makes it so that my stamina recovers better, so you can still see Avery's beautiful face. And I've got my little, I've got my torch out because I enjoy the crackling effects. He's gonna hit that gritty. Oh my god, you can do emotes, but I don't think there's dance emotes. You can hit that contact with the Eldritch Beings, though. Or you can hit a real quick curtsy. Oh, I won't do it. You can't interrupt two emotes. A cute little curtsy. Do you know the main characters like the main characters whatever you want them to be? I made a girl when I first played this game a billion years ago. You like the way I said beast claw? Oh, that I was talking about the pastry like a bear claw. I do love a bear claw. So runes are ways to augment your hunter to like kind of optimize things. So the ones I have on are communion, so you can hold more blood vials. That's your healing item in this game. I have 2 claw mark runes, so every time I do a visceral attack, which is when you stagger an enemy and then you hit them with a regular attack, you like reach your hand into them and pull out their guts, and it really hurts them really bad. And I've equipped 2 runes that allow you to do even more damage when you do that. And then the main rune I had on, I think was probably... I think it was probably just the Hunter's rune. But there's like a great rune you can equip. And it's usually what covenant you're a part of in the game. So you can align yourself with the vampiric Vile Bloods, the executioners who are sworn to destroy the Vile Bloods, the Confederacy of... the Brotherhood of the Confederacy, or whatever the heck it's called. If you swear an oath to exterminate all the vermin that are found within men's hearts, and just become a big dog man or become a weird little mushroom. Look at me, I'm a weird mushroom. But look, see, most of my body is still kind of me. It's just that this mushroom has taken over me. This mushroom is colonizing my body and kind of treating it as food. But if you were to equip the parasite, then your body is like fully transformed by the rune in combination with the parasite you pick up. And then you can do fun things. Like get all wiggly. You can become very wiggly. Tentacly and stuff like that. Welcome back, little John Cena. How are you doing today? Very cauliflower. Yeah, we're very cauliflower coated right now. Ooh. Yeah, I had to undo that. Okay, little fire thing. So, you never heard of a bear claw? Oh, it's so good. I do love a bear claw. It's really, really good. Did I name my Parasite Eve? I should play Parasite Eve. That game scared the heck out of my brother when he was young. He was afraid his mitochondria were gonna blow up. You downloaded Yakuza 4 just to play karaoke? That's a valid reason, I think. You know Jack Daly about this game? You might know a little bit more tomorrow. No, just kidding. You might know a little bit more on Saturday if you're able to watch, but it's okay if you're not able to make it because I know it's going to be super early for you. Maybe you could watch the VOD? Parasite Eve is amazing. It's one of your old faves, little John Cena. You showed it to a friend recently. She said, "Oh, you had no chance at growing up normal." Yeah. When you start off with something like Parasite Eve, you gotta go on the horror slants after that. Well, you can make bear claws at home. I bet those are so good. So when's the last time you played Parasite Eve, Pine? I can't believe you're playing Yakuza just the karaoke, Quantum. You gotta bait people with the obviously grotesque, then smash them upside the head with the more subtle stuff. Precisely, yeah. That's what this game does. Like, this game really does unfold and unfurl in the same way as one of these strange grotesques. Oh, yes, I believe... Yeah, there was the game is based on a novel, for sure. Parasite Eve was. Apparently that's maybe scarier. Okay. Oh, yes, okay. Popular in the 1500 to 1800 range. You want to be scared? If you want to be scared, maybe you can take it out from the library. Oh, it was a Japanese author. Oh my gosh, how about that? In both secular and ecclesiastical art. Okay. In the late 15th century, the Domus Aurea. Today I realized I finally remember the name of this plant that I've been trying to remember its name. It grows in our yard. It's called Senecio Aurea, and it was driving me nuts because I couldn't remember its name for the longest time. I just kept looking at this plant and being like, I know what you are, but I don't know your name. Finally looked at it today and I was like, oh, Senecio Aurea. Of course. And I just turned to my mom and said, Senecio Aurea. And she immediately was like, of course. Like, we have the same brain cell that we just passed between each other. We are both delighted to remember it. This game is one of the best hoodwinks of cosmic horror. Yeah, it's like, oh, you think you just messing around with some silly little werewolves and some vampires and whatnot. Cosmic eldritch entities. Okay, the Domus Aurea was the Golden House, right? The Pleasure Palace of Nero. Was discovered under the foundations of Hadrian's Baths. Near Colosseum in Rome. Sarah Grants. That was the person giving that presentation. Sarah Grants. God, that was gonna drive me nuts. No, it wasn't beneath the Colosseum. It was near the Colosseum. I just spelled it with a B for some reason. I never know how to spell the word emperor. I'm always putting the O before the E. Now that you think about it, Parasite Eve lends itself to an interpretation of the grotesque that I'm going for here as well. Ooh, how fun. And it's also about the feminine body, isn't it? Hideaki Sena is the author of the novel. Very cool. If you want to be scared, it's a fun what is it? A PlayStation 1, right? Parasite Eve is on the PS1. It's a fun PS1 horror game. I haven't played it yet, but I think I should at some point. Because I did enjoy the Resident Evils and Silent Hill 1. Let's see. Okay, that's right. Man, not Bedford. Before. Gold lined, gems inlaid in the floor. Typical of Nero's decadence. Trying to move through these notes on I feel like the grottos that are discovered in the gold palace, Nero's golden palace, definitely have a sort of a kinship with the Chalice dungeons in this game. But at the same time, I don't know if I can use it to help me prove a point. So I'm trying to move through it quickly. Guess how much the paperback is? Enough that you might want to find your copy and list it on eBay. How much is it, Smee? I'm gonna guess $500. Parasite Eve has a killer OST as well. That's very cool. So they were entombed in the grotto. Was abandoned after an accidental fire. A new architecture. Like the Colosseum was built on top of frescoes, were compartmentalized by grotesque scrollwork, stems, plants, masks, people, animals serving as their borders. Okay. Would they be? I guess they'd be Roman mythological scenes. Oh my god. Almost $3,000. That one emoji is still so fun though. Fine. Girl, that's wild to me. $3,000 for a book. That is a good chunk of change. I hope you kept good care of that book. You probably won't be finding that book at the library then, I don't think, Smee, if it's gonna be that expensive. Okay, so that's another page done. Oh, I do want to take note that Acanthus leaves. Oh, God! Huh? What happened? Huh? Was my HP ticking down because I was Lumenwood? Was my HP ticking down because I was a Lumenwood holding fire? Did that kill me? Hey, what? No one tells you this about Bloodborne. What the hell happens? Damage over time. Oh my god, I'm seeing it. I gotta go change this rune right away. Damn, let me pick up these 0 souls probably. I lost about 600,000 souls that I probably acquired by killing the Orphan of Kaz. I lost a freaking butt ton of souls in the Chalice Dungeons that I can now not go back and pick up. That's rough, buddy. Anyway. Oh, I can't equip the Cause Parasite. That's right. Okay, let's just put on literally anything. Maybe a good old Kirk hammer. The lost Kirk hammer. Oh, it's when the hammer part of it's not there, right? Get out that big boy hammer. Transform it. We love to see it. But I also want the torch out. You know I gotta have the torch on me. I forgot. You're to blame for that because I was teaching you? No, I actually just forgot that the ruin does damage over time to you. You can find your copy. He'll cut me a deal. 2,000 bucks. How about that? You figured it'd be so expensive because Parasite Eve is beloved and sought after. Well, as it turns out, certain runes you use to augment your body also hurt the body. Does the... Let me equip the beast one and see if it does damage over time. So this increases item discovery. Does this do damage over time? It'd be so funny if it heals you over time. Like the opposite of... Because beast blood is what augments folks in Bloodborne. What if I have my fire out? Because the odd thing about... Is it only when I have the beast weapon out? Should be the last item. I actually can't see this. Oops. Maybe it's this one. Oh, frick. Oh, crunch. I can't see what the... Hold on, I gotta put myself up here. Okay, it's this one. Alright. Put that away. Put this out. I don't know why you get all steamy when you have these two out. I wish it was because you were healing. I left it on because I was showing you stuff. Well, I should know better. I should really know better. This doesn't seem like it's killing me, but I'm gonna still equip the usual hunter's mark. I need to not play around with the Eldritch right now. Okay. Frick and crunch, I know. I've given up cussing on stream many years ago. So you get a lot of good gems like that. Like frick and crunch. You gotta get that heat out though. Gotta get the heat out. The little crackling fireplace. It's me, I can take all the blame myself. It's fine. I'm happy with that. Alright, let's continue taking some notes. Listen, I got just an hour left to take notes, y'all. Oh, I was gonna take notes on the Acanthus leaves, and then I died. Acanthus leaves are often depicted in Grotesques. I bet I could find you Acanthus leaves in this room in Bloodborne. I bet I could find you an Acanthus leaf right away. I bet from the jump you get to like 10 Acanthus leaves. It's kind of iconic in terms of design. Unfollowing, totally understandable. Oh, found it. Literally from the jump. These are acanthus leaves right here. See this kind of sprawling figure? This leaf-like projection? That's an acanthus leaf. It's used a lot in design. If it looks like a fancy floral thing, it's probably an acanthus leaf. I wonder if there's any more around here. I do love this fisherman though. It's giving Boston to me. Garamond as a Bostonian would fit so well. I don't know why. These are acanthus leaves up here too. Into the scroll work. Can you ask where the Pokemon drawing I did for this lives? It's on Discord. These look like little artichokes, I think. Oh, it's like a berry of some sort. That's interesting. Are there any hippocampus leaves? I think Amygdala has hippocampus leaves, probably. Okay, so you looked at the actual completed sales on eBay for copies of Parasite Eve novel, and y'all will be happy to know that only the most expensive one was about $400. I see. I mean, that is a big difference. Yeah, brand spanking new, $3,000. Garamond gives you New Jersey vibes. Is that so? What do you feel like is Jersey about him? I feel like his penchant for furniture speaks of Boston. But what do I know? Somewhere in the Hunter's Workshop in the dream, depicted in the fire grate in the fireplace. They're just like everywhere. I could find 1,000 more examples of it, but I don't think it's particularly important. Is it in the Pokemon section? I think it's in the Art by You section. So let's see. Yes, it is in the Art by You section. It's the one that I drew for the Trans Empowerment Project, right? That's the one you want? Wait, is that the one? Or is it the one I did with the Snorlax and the Bidoof? Which one are you looking for? Because that one, I think, is on Adrian's channel. Because he was the one who hosted the event. The cadence he speaks in reminds you of an old family friend that you know from Jersey. I see. That's fun. Alrighty. Next page. Oh! I don't know. For the donations, yes. So that's in the Discord in the Art by You section. You have to scroll up a little bit. But you will be able to find it. It is in there. Alright. Notes. I don't know if I want to transcribe these right now. I might skip this. I might put a flag on this and come back to this tomorrow morning. But yeah, maybe we can go to Harfum's idea of the grotesque, turning the lens on the perceiver. We'll get back to that. This is a good idea. The Art by You is cute. Yes, it's Pokemon plus one drawing of Mara from Persona and Shin Megami Tensei. Okay, so I'll skip I had about 5 pages of notes. Another creator on YouTube made a video about Soulsborne games and the grotesque. I don't know, maybe like 8 or so years ago. Something like that. I can't remember. Their name is Jacko Productions, and they did a very interesting sort of aesthetic reading of the grotesque in FromSoft games, which is really good. Really great examples in that. However, I disagree with the conclusion he comes to on... he kind of contends with one of the leading scholars that the grotesque doesn't really turn the lens on the self, and I think literally putting eyes on your own inside is a theme in Bloodborne, so that's maybe something I'll get to tangentially on Saturday. So I don't want to transcribe my notes from that right now. I'll move on to some more of my own notes. I haven't played mouthwashing, so there's some... I'm not trying to start beef with another person who's an enthusiast of Bloodborne and the Grotesque. I could never. I would never do such a thing. It's just, you know, sometimes you come to different conclusions than other folks. But yeah, mouthwashing seems really cool. I've played the other game by that company. Also, the ad break starts about 40 seconds, just so you folks know. But I've played the other game by the developers called How Fish Are Made, or How Fish is Made. That was really spectacular and definitely grotesque, about life and death and permanence and all that kind of stuff. That was a spectacular game, and I hear mouthwashing is really great. There's just some content warning stuff in mouthwashing that I can't play. Some sexual assault themes in the game that I just don't want to get into on stream, so... Oh, how about that? Your oldest kiddo bought mouthwashing, so it's in your Steam family library. You should check it out, Jedi Potato Potato. Just know that there are some content things in the game in case any of that stuff is disturbing to you. So, it seems really cool. I was really, really looking forward to mouthwashing because I loved How Fish is Made. I thought it was so brilliant. It was actually suggested by one of our moderators, Alex Egan. He was like, you're gonna like this. And I totally did. It was great. But for mouthwashing, I find subjects that deal with sexual assault to be really, really heavy and quite disturbing, so I try not to do it on stream. I have heard of Arctic Eggs. I haven't played it, though. I think you're, like, trying to fry up some eggs and stuff in, like, a brutally frigid... Is it, like, are you in Russia or something? You're in this, like, hostile environment, and everything seems miserable. Oh, I also can't play games in first person. Is Arctic Eggs in first person? That's not, like, a content objection thing. It's just my brain is made of dirt and worms. So if I have to see a little guy on the screen for my brain to be like, this is fine. If there's not a little guy on the screen, my brain is like, time to throw up and lay on the ground. It seems great, though. It may not be too bad for me. Is it like first person, but you're just like rotating a pan? Or is it first person and you're walking around talking to people? The only thing that moves is a pan. That may not be too bad. If it's just the pan moving, that's fine. I may be confusing it with a game that one of my favorite horror streamers, Will Shand, has played. Where I think you get up and move around, you're in like a brutal... It almost seems like a brutal Arctic area, you know? Yeah, some games are adding the dot setting, right? You walk around, you take orders from people, and then you cook their eggs. Interesting, interesting, interesting. I can always take some look at it. I do like absurd games. There is moving around, but you forget if it's in first person or third person. We haven't rated Will in a minute. Maybe we'll see him tonight. That'd be nice. You're playing the disturbing and triggering game Streamer Life Simulator 2. Are you really, Jedi Potato Potato? Is that... I feel like there was maybe like a Japanese game called Streaming Life Simulator, where like the person's mental health was really bad. I think it was like this gal in the game and she was like really considering self-harm or something like that. Is that the game? It's really terrible and you love it. Ugh, how rough. But it might give you kind of a peek into what some folks kind of push themselves to do. Yeah. You hung out at Will's place last night after here, yeah. I hope you liked watching a bit of Pleasantly Twisted, though. Playing some Dark Souls 3, I think. It's always fun to raid PT. I Am Nima. I haven't heard of it, John Cena. What's I Am Nima about? Alrighty. So, things to discuss on Saturday. Discuss Harfum's idea of the Grotesque. Turning the lens back on the perceiver so we can catch ourselves in the act of perception. You still have PT. You're just feeling your comfort zone yesterday. I totally get it, yeah. Oh, the one that... So, you're actually being sarcastic. The one you're playing is Cotton Candy Steam Trash. Oh, okay. I thought... Because I'm pretty sure there is a streamer game where it's like... It's like pretty dark, honestly. But if you're enjoying one that's like totally like, yay, I'm streaming, I'm becoming a better streamer, I'm gaining followers and subscribers and stuff, that's fun too. So in I Am Nima, you wake up to your mom asking you questions. It becomes pretty apparent that she's concerned about your mental state. Use conversations to gather keywords and combine them to create concepts that let you ask your questions. Oh, that's really cool. It sounds kind of like a detective game. I am obsessed with the Case of the Golden Idol. Oh, I love the Case of the Golden Idol. And you gather keywords by investigating like scenes, usually like a murder scene or a mystery scene, and you like collect words from things that people are saying or items that they have on themselves to figure out what happened and who did what. It's so good. Love it. You think it'll be relevant to my interest in the grotesque? Okay, I'll pop it up the... Oh, can't open up the Steam page because it's gonna play the sound. But I'll drop the name in Discord as in the game suggestions. I Am Nima, suggested by Lil John Cena. Okay. What was a similar one? Oh, we played Duck Detective. That was so cute to me. It was super duper cute. Yeah, maybe we'll see Will tonight, Smee. We might go over there. Because also, I'm going to have to raid and run. Oh, I gotta hear from, PT about maybe, I wonder if, oh, that's right, Saint Sunflower. The root trees are dead. Actually, King KY was just telling me about that. I think they, because I was reading about the root trees are dead, they had initially used AI art in the game, and I'm not really comfortable with games, like, churning out AI stuff, but for the commercial release of the game, they switched to, paying an artist to create art for the game. So I might actually check out the root trees are dead, because I do believe it's a Golden Idol style game, Saint Sunflower. Great suggestion. So I think the root trees are dead are back on the menu for me. I forgot what I was gonna type up. Oh yes, that's right. I can't remember. I know PT wanted to tell me about some books they were reading about the grotesque. I just don't know where they would do that. Maybe like literature and comic nerd section. Maybe I'll add PT there. Pleasantly. Oh. Oh wait, is that PT? I don't know if this is PT. Everyone changes their name in Adrian's Discord, so I'm never really sure. I'll find out some other time. We're trying to make a new game every Thursday lasts forever. Yeah. Yeah. It's okay. I love playing new games. It's just right now I have to take a little break from them and beat all the games we started because I gotta get back to Oxenfree 2. It was so cool. You're a million game opinions in a trench coat. No, no, no. I appreciate you suggesting games, Lil John Cena. I've got to catch up with the stuff I started last year and actually beat some of those games. Like, I wonder... Let's see. Let's make sure it named this document. So... Games I want to get back to include not Yoda stories, but probably Cassette Beasts. I gotta get back to Batman. I gotta get back to Batman. I started that as well. Arkham City, I think. I do want to retry Devil May Cry 3. That was a little challenging, honestly. World of Horror I want to get back to too. That was a good game. That I tried last year. Baldur's Gate 3, of course, I gotta get back to. Fallout New Vegas I want to get back to. Let's see. Shin Megami Tensei 5 I gotta get back to. We're trying to beat Deadly Premonition now. 13 Sentinels I gotta get back to. Oxenfree 2 we gotta return to. Maybe Tactics Ogre, I don't know. It was pretty good, but I don't know if it was grabbing me immediately. So I started so many games last year that I want to get back to. I'm very invested in. Devil May Cry is one of your trigger phrases, is it? Yeah. You never got much into Devil May Cry, but you love it. It was very flashy and fun. I was enjoying it. I have to say Bayonetta is more my speed. Because she is such a queen. I love her so much. I love her fashion. I love her little phrases she says. Everything about Bayonetta is for me. It's like they made the game for me. I'm like, except for the fact that you have to do a full-on gynecological exam to get her to like kick somebody in the head. That is still wild to me. It'll take me off guard every time. But other than that, I mean, we've come to love it, right? We need to put him in a roulette wheel and have fate choose for me. Or, you know, maybe I'll pick the one that I want to play the most. Insane. Anyone who wears gun high heels is rad. Exactly. Bayonetta is so good that your wife cosplayed as her. That's so cool. I wish I could cosplay as Bayonetta. I would be like the shortest Bayonetta ever. I would be embarrassing Bayonetta. She's so long in life. Alright, insight. Eyes on the inside. Turning the lens on the self. To better understand the world. A new way of seeing the world, accepting others, neutering hierarchies, and perceiving oneself. What does insight give you in Bloodborne, though? Perceiving the grotesque and having it turn the lens back on you is like great in real life. Perceiving the grotesque in Bloodborne is like, some people literally lose their minds, but it's usually because they're trying to come to a conclusion about it and therefore like itemize it and dissect it and make it fit their understanding. Yeah. Could we call it like, oh, instead of bayonet, it's like a butter knife? It'd be me, yeah. I'm Chibi Bayonetta. I could be Cereza, right? Oh, I've heard of Kentucky Route Zero. I have not played it though. Has anybody played Kentucky Route Zero? That sounds really familiar. But I can't, I feel like it's a neon kind of game. I don't remember though. Manny, what did you think of Kentucky Route Zero? Perceiving oneself. What does Bloodborne give us in that regard? That we are all in a transitive state. Thus, perfection is not only impossible, but harmful. There is one person who is immortal, at least, in this game, and not in the sense of being in a dream. And it's the Queen of Canehurst. Almost forgot about her. I almost forgot about the Queen of Canehurst. But she doesn't have to pursue immortality. She just has it. But being immortal means... Queen of Canehurst in Canehurst Castle is the victim of Alfred, who's one of the executioners in this game. He's a part of the church. He takes a big spinning wheel and beats the queen into an unrecognizable mass of flesh that is still alive. So she's still like kicking. She just looks like chewed up bubblegum. You can take that chewed up bubblegum to the altar of an ancient one and it will be reborn anew and she will be back sitting in her beautiful robes on the throne again. I mean, it is a nightmare and a dream, right? I mean, on the night of the hunt, like the whole thing is a nightmare. because the whole thing, I thought it was, I suppose it's like different worlds are interconnected with different dreams. There's a moment in the middle of Kentucky Route Zero with the bar scene that left you with your jaw on the floor. Oh yeah, and the Queen of Canehurst doesn't end up in a happy spot because of it. Yeah, you don't really want to be immortal. People don't like immortals. Last one, Alan Wake. I mean, of course folks love Alan Wake. You close your eyes in the game's intro. True. As you're getting your blood administration. But you wake up in Yosefka's clinic. I mean, I close my eyes every night, and I do wake up in my bedroom. I mean, we can get real, you know, ancient philosophy and wonder if all the world is a dream, but is technically Yharnam a dream? I do know there's the Hunter's Dream and the Nightmare of Mensis. I know in the alpha of Bloodborne, you would sit in a chair and close your eyes in order to go to the Hunter's Dream, but now it's just like a little bell that you like snap at. But like, is it technically, like, according to the text, Manny, is Yharnam and Yarhargul and Chalice Dungeons and the Forbidden Forest and all that stuff, are those technically dreams? Like all of it? Or are we talking interpretively? Any place could be a dream. Oh, Kentucky Route Zero is not very neon at all, but it is really darn cool. There's subtle hits that make you question the nature of Yharnam, but it's not very obvious. That's okay. But if it's a conclusion you've reached by parsing information, I would say that is an interesting conclusion and interpretation. But if it's not a literal fact of the game, I don't know if I can claim it otherwise. We're having Farming Friday? Oh my god, I said Farting Friday. I'm so sorry. Farming Friday? Or is it more writing? It depends on how much I get done before the show. Because literally, before I go to sleep at like 9:30 tomorrow is my last chance to write material for the presentation. Because then I'm waking up at 6 and getting ready to perform this script. So, if I can get a lot done, if I get the script polished, yes, we will be farming. If I can't polish a script, you'll be seeing some more Bloodborne. Yup, no pressure at all, sweet. Okay. Shishina, yeah, I love giving myself more work to do, Smee. When am I not giving myself more work? I would love to see Manny if you'd like to offer some, I'm not saying like time to put Manny on the podium. No, speak, Manny. Perform. But if you'd like to, like, show me some, you're saying there's like hints and stuff places. I would love to hear about those hints that like the rest of the area you explore is a dream. I would love to see the support for that. They said I did this during stream time instead of trying to do it all on top of doing the stream too, right? Yeah. That would have been rough. But it's okay. Also, you could be like, I don't feel like doing that right now, and that's fine too, Manny. It doesn't really matter. But I'm very intrigued by the idea. Yep, seeing more fireplace. I hope you all enjoy this fireplace. We can go look at the doll if you want to instead. Let's see. Here we go. Oh, there she is. Okay, I just need to not accidentally shoot her. Okay. Oh, in fact, I'm just gonna gently. Oh wait, do I have the looking at button? Let's go. There we go. There she is. Please don't accidentally hit the shoot your gun button. Okay. From your understanding, there's 3 endings. In the first ending, it is a dream. In the true ending, because you are in the Hunter's Dream when you're fighting Garriman, and then you wake up in Yharnam. Because this place that we're in right now is a dream. Manny is saying that, like, the rest of the realms in the game are dreams. I think there are several dream and nightmare areas in the game. But I'm not sure if all of them entirely are dreams. Not sure though. So that's why I'm like, Minnie, I would love for you to enlighten me. Not, and also anybody else can jump in and be like, in Yarhargul, a guy comes up to you and says, "Crazy dream you're having, right?" Or something like that. I don't know. You find an item that's like written backwards because you're in a dream or something. I'm not really sure. But again, this is not me being antagonistic, but being like, oh, I'd love to, because I played this game 8 years ago. I'm forgetting many of the finer details of it. Like, if you equip a certain rune, it'll kill you over time, you know? How does it reframe the game for me? Currently, not much, but it is interesting. I'm not sure if it changes my interpretation of the game. I do think dreams in general can tell us a lot about ourselves and how we perceive the world, and they can help us work through certain things. So if literally all of the game is a dream, then it's kind of a great way of, you know, processing maybe even this character's terrible fear of blood and beasts and things like that. But it's an odd realm of a dream because everyone shares in it. It is still a concrete place even if it is a dream, because it is a place that everyone is experiencing in largely the same way. You know? That kind of thing. Okay, hunts don't destroy beasts, but beget them. Contamination that the Confederacy... No, it's the Brotherhood of Confederates. I always get them mixed up. Brotherhood of Confederates. I wrote down the Brotherhood of Bucketheads. The Confederates is a projection that one can only find if one is looking for it, even within themselves. Okay. On to transformation. Just came here. Did I say hello to you, by the way? Welcome on in. You can tell you're in a dream. When you walk, you get dreams of walking. That's very interesting, just a game hero. How about that? That's fascinating. Can't speak to your name as a whole, but the nightmare part with the school and when you visit the village, like the which village? Like Yarhargul. Are you reliving the memories of individuals? That would count as a dream. I suppose so, right? Yeah, well, the school is within the nightmare of Mensis, isn't it? Can't you access that via a dream? I'm thinking of like the concrete. Oh, you mean the nightmare? Yeah. The hunter's nightmare. Yeah, that's very clearly labeled a nightmare, and it's also to me. Oh, and the village you're talking about is the fishing hamlet, right? So that's a dream you enter using, I think, Lawrence's skull. I think you're using the skull of one of the cleric beasts to sort of relive their experiences. I'm sorry I didn't say hi back, Just a Game Hero. My bad. Hello again to you. So that experience is a nightmare DLC of the old hunters, right? Of like Maria and Garamond. So that is contextualized, I think, as a nightmare. And it's where all hunters go eventually. Right? Then you have Mikolash, right? Mikolash Cage. And he is the host of the nightmare of Mensis. So there's definitely certain areas which are nightmares and dreams, but I don't know if literally all of the game is it. So one of the sequence events is you close your eyes at dusk and you hunt in the dream. You kind of astral walk into other dreams, suggesting an idea of what is and isn't a dream in the first place. You slay the nightmare, which then allows the player to wake up freely in their choosing, suggesting the idea of lucid dreaming. You choose to wake, you wake to a mundane city and there's daylight. If you remain asleep, you transcend your old physical form. Interesting. So to you, it's the events that play out in the game that suggests that it's a dream. Because, I mean, it is a very fantastical nightmare, isn't it? Like, it's all these wild events unraveling and church conspiracies and stuff like that. So do you think it's all a dream induced by the blood? And that you're just like teetering on the edge of death because maybe the blood didn't take for you, this blood stuff? I would like to believe that and I mean, dreams are incredibly important. So it's not like it being a dream would reduce the impact of what's going on. I think it's definitely an interesting idea, Manny. I still would like to see, aside from the fact of you closing your eyes and then you waking up, I would still like to see some other context for it. But I do love the idea. More or less, your biggest clue is the moment you have to provide a password to continue into Forbidden Forest. And then, of course, the password giver is a dead person. It says on their item... I think I have their hood in my inventory. Let me change my monitors over, okay? If I can get their hood open. It says that they're loyal even in death. Let me turn away from the doll in case I accidentally do something and shoot her in the face or something terrible. Let's see, I think I got their hood in here. The Graveguard mask. So, both remained loyal even in madness. Right? One just, like, died. They're both, like, dead. They're both dead bodies. The password to access the forest is Fear the Old Blood. Right? If I'm not mistaken, I did play this game 8 years ago or something like that. But these two grave guards that you find the stuff on, so they're both dead men. So that to you suggests that it's all a dream. That these dead men can't ask for things, right? I think it's an interesting idea. We see a lot of messed up stuff. I, for some reason, choose to believe that it's all very concrete. It's just, very eldritch. That, like, one's body could be sustained, even after death, just to serve a role for a godlike being. I think an eldritch creature could sustain someone well past their being without them having to be in a dream. But I mean, a lot of the people that we see sustained are in dreams, like Gehrman and Rom. So it's certainly an interesting idea, Manny. One that I think makes a really good argument. Did you know you dream about people you have seen for like 2 seconds? How about that? That's kind of cool, Just Game Hero. The idea that you gain insight and the seams of reality fall apart. When you're lucid dreaming, you can pull apart reality. Interesting. I suppose so. You are getting stronger as you go through, which would sort of suggest the idea of lucid dreaming. It's a very interesting idea, Manny. I do like it quite a lot. I think it's a very interesting interpretation of the game as one big dream. You know, one that probably a lot of people would agree with, too. Seeing as currently it is not something that I'm pursuing as a point to make on Saturday, I will also probably just keep taking my notes. However, I do like the idea, and I'm glad that you shared it with us, Manny. Do I know what the Eldritch Truth is? Yes, it's that you gotta drink more Ovaltine, Corvus Delta. Pretty sure I saw that on my decoder ring back in the day. So I hope you don't mind, Manny. I do appreciate you telling us about it, though, and you can continue going on if you want to, like, tease out this idea. I would love to hear your theory on it. But I also have to take these notes before tomorrow. Otherwise, I'll run out of time. Surgery, right, Corvus Delta. Not saying the events are happening at all, but the old ones operate in dreams. Yeah, no worries, Manny. I do love the idea, and I think Bloodborne is this huge, sprawling thing that sustains so many meanings in it because it is a grotesque narrative that, like, it can literally be true that Yharnam is real, and literally be true that Yharnam is all a dream. You know, a dream of decadence, a dream of a fallen society, a dream of the ad running at about 35 seconds, folks. Just a nightmare that folks are trapped in cyclically. I think it can sustain multiple meanings, which is the beauty of it as a text, you know? Transformations. Because it is a very strange thing. And like a dream, everyone can interpret it how they like, right? So, things that transform in Bloodborne. Gotta have the weapons up in there, for sure. Your skill level as a player. Well, I would say your blood level, probably. Because I think your skill level and your blood level are entirely dependent, you know? Because some folks do blood level 4 runs this game. That is so impressive. I know a bunch of Firekeepers are going to be doing that. Actually, they might be doing the raid train right now. Let me find out if this thing is hitting right now. Train talk. Is it happening right now? Are people doing it? Oh my god, did Jen write an essay on what Bloodborne is? What is this? That's cool. Okay, I do think Jen summarized Bloodborne in an essay led me to ask some of the different. That's great. I'm glad Jen decided to summarize Bloodborne. That'll be great. When people ask about that, I'll be like, go read the raid train summary. But let me see when all this runs. So it's... Oh, it starts today! Ooh! Okay, maybe we'll raid into someone who's part of the raid train today. I think that would be a smart idea. I think on right now is Maria Bruista. So... Next up will be Tissera Barra. How about that? Although we'll probably be catching the end of Maria Bruista today. I think we should support the fellow raid trainers. We'll see I Fight Mice tomorrow. And then I promise you, we'll go raid Will as well. One of my favorite heart creators here on Twitch. Okay, that'll be great. Because the raid train isn't going to last very long. It'd be nice to participate in it as much as we can. Okay, ways you transform in Bloodborne. Your own skills. And understanding of and love for the game. And join a community of people. I feel like Bloodborne is so good, it can get people talking about Bloodborne literally 10 years later. How cool of a game is this? That like 10 years in, we can still find something new to talk about it. Like, I don't know how many pieces of media stand up to scrutiny like that. That you could learn something new about it 10 years later. You know? There's a lot of great games out there that I feel like you can do that with, though. But I feel like this is one of the top 5 to 10 games where you could just yap about it forever, at least for 15 hours a week, you know. Okay, things that transform monsters and bosses. Like Gascoigne, of course. Your environment changes. That's right, this game's environment changes as the as time goes by. Even this hunter stream changes after you slay one of the nightmares. I think it's Murgo's wet nurse, and you silence the harrowing cry of the child. The workshop just catches on fire because the dream can't be sustained that long. The environments. The appearance differs based on your progress in the game. NPCs change as well. I forgot to note that. We checked in on one of my favorite NPCs, Gilbert, yesterday. As time progresses in the game, as you advance the plot, you can come back in and check on Gilbert, and he is getting worse and worse until eventually his window bars are ripped open because he has turned into a beast and jumped outside. As you gain more insight, your perspective of the game and the night changes. True, yeah, you're able to see more. With the insight growing. Environment. Your perspective of the game. I guess I could label it as that. I think it's also an environmental change to Black Beast because you're just like going to church, and then a giant multi-legged monster with a head that looks like a walnut is hanging out on the side of it, just chilling and looking at you. You know. Environment or perspective on the world changes as you gain insight. Reveals amygdala. I think also your oh yeah, right, umbilical cord acquisition. Right. Your endings change. Yeah, I think the narrative literally changes too. Your ending changes depending on your actions in the game. Depends on choices and umbilical cord consumption. Because you can acquire them, that's fine, but unless you consume them, you technically crush it, but I always think of it as eating it. Then you're not going to get a different ending. Enemy attacks change with that as well. Yeah, remind me, Black Beast, how some enemy attacks change as your insight increases. Even your Ghoul changes dramatically from the first time you're able to enter it to when you must enter that place. You know what? I think I've only entered it when you have to. I don't know if I've ever entered Yarhargul without needing to, but I suppose there are some places you can access before you need to, right? You can technically get around. You don't even have to beat Vicar Amelia. You can just go places. Not that you should, because you might get your ass kicked by enemies that are harder, but you know. The enemies that carry the lanterns that would have eyeballs on them send out projectiles and not just a shockwave. Interesting. Okay, so that's a change with insight, right? Enemy attacks. I'm sorry, the big yawns are coming. Oh, we got about 15 minutes before I wrap up, by the way. Because I am sleepy and I have to wake up at 6 a.m. tomorrow. I must wake up at 6 a.m. tomorrow so I can wake up at 6 a.m. on Saturday. So enemy attacks change on insight as well. Those are called winter lanterns, I think. No, hold on. Oh, wait. Not the winter lanterns. You're talking about the little... There's like a... is it like a churchgoer guy? Is it like a big churchgoer guy that carries the lanterns? Is that the ones you're talking about? They send out projectiles and not just a shockwave. Lantern carrying enemy. Bloodborne. Let's see. I think so. Because there's a winter lantern, which everyone's going to turn a redirect to. Ugh. Might be the church servant. And usually they're walking around with a big stick. If you hit them in the knees, you can really get them down. They're humanoid but stand twice as tall as a human with pale white skin and blank black eyes. They wear a rather worn variant of the black church set and the white church set. The latter is sometimes either with a regular cap or a wide rimmed cap. Like church giants, they have bells around their neck. Ooh. Let me tell you, not just sign of... in wearing a bell around your neck in real life used to be a sign of leprosy. Wearing a bell around your neck in this game is the carnival. Bells are often used in carnival processions. It's not anyway. It's the points I will make further and in more detail on Saturday. Church rants, but they often carry a little lamp to F you up with. There's a little note here that says lore, but like I feel like this is someone's interpretation. It says, it's believed that when the Healing Church came upon the dungeons underneath Yarnum, they were able to tame the Tumerians into servitude through some arcane method. Where is the citation? Oh. Thank you, Jessica, here for me to drink some water, by the way. So it says, if the player has 15 or more insight, the servant's attacks will change, indicating that the player is seeing the true form of these creatures' weapons, which manifest eyes, tendrils, or flames. You know, there are some other changes. That's okay. That's lovely, though. You reminded me of something that I completely forgot about. So that's very helpful, and I appreciate it, Black Beast. So let me put it in the notes. Enemy attacks change in insight as well. Such as the roaming church servants. Lantern being coated with eyes or fire when you have 15 or more insight to reveal the true form of their attacks. That's great. Thank you, Black Beast. I'm so glad I'm doing this online with y'all right now because I fully forgot about that because I played this game 8 years ago and love it still. So the narrative and endings change, and I do think your understanding of the game itself changes. The world of Bloodborne. And you know what, Manny? I'm gonna add to my notes here your point. So my notes say, is it a campy gothic tale about werewolves and vampires? Is it Lovecraftian eldritch horror? Gore? The melancholia of a ruined world? Here comes Manny's note. Is it all a dream or a sequence of dreams, memories of others, sustained by godlike beings? Is it all a dream? You don't do much studying yourself. And yeah, I used to read Word Up magazine. And then in parentheses it says, my notes say, keep developing. I keep teasing at that idea. Alright, growth, decay, and consumption. Decay and decadence, of course. Oh. I'm sorry about all these yawns, folks. Whew. I am so sleepy. But we got 10 minutes left. We can power through a little bit more, I hope. I keep saying that, like, I was talking about this before. You have to consume items in order to make progress in this game. And when you're using consumable items, I think of it as eating the thing. So I always think of the main character having to choke down some weird, nasty, godlike umbilical cord with eyeballs on it. And being like, I don't think you should. I don't think you should eat that linguine. You know, maybe we'll pass on that one. Not to slurp that one down, Lady and the Tramp style, do we? Yes, we do. Alrighty, so consumption. Literally just says life, death, decay, and degradation. Thanks, Pastina. While dodging a bladed placenta, you better. I do think you don't get an umbilical cord for beating cause, do you? Man, think of all the cool ass fights in this game. Just think about how cool Lawrence was to fight. That was pretty sick. Was Lawrence optional or was cause optional? Yeah, you shouldn't get any. I think all the umbilical cords are base game. Pretty sure. Okay. Oh, birth and death are tied together by blood, obviously. Okay. Umbilical cords act as an agent of birth and death. It should grant life. But in some... I mean... You got Ariadne's one, Yosefka's one, the workshop one, the other umbilical cord. I can't remember. You only need 3 cords and the base game gives you 4. Yeah, which is very generous of it, right? I'm getting you all sleepy. I'm so sorry. I am very tired. I did wake up at 7 today instead of 6. So, you only remember where you get one of them. Yeah, I know you get one from Yosefka, although it talks about... Yosefka's cord specifically talks about Provost Willem, right? You get one from Ariadne after she is the surrogate for Erden's child. One from the Hunter's Workshop, because Garem is the host of that dream. Where's the other one from? I think they're all from women, too. Now I'm gonna have to look it up. Well, cord. I could just look up cord, right? Eh? No, search was... Christ. Cord Bloodborne. 1/3 of umbilical cord. Okay. Oh, Murgo's cord. Right, Murgo has one. This cord granted Mensis audience with Murgo, but resulted in the stillbirth of their brains. There you go. That's the one. So I think that one is like... If I'm not mistaken, that one... Do you have to fight Nikolash? I don't know if you have to do it. I think they're all things that, like, are kind of tangential. They get more and more obscure, honestly. The workshop is, like, an optional area. Ariana's cord is a quest. Yosefka's cord, you have to go back to her workshop, which is her clinic, which is optional. Mikolash is your favorite manic pixie dream professor. Yeah, I love his silly little hat. I love a person who loves fashion, and you know what? Mikolash is working that silly hat. Imagine having 4/3 of a cord. I mean, a god would do it, right? So. You would fight him and die on purpose? He is a goofball. And the way he laughs and howls and stuff. Yeah. I mean, he is any struggling academic, little John Cena. He's like, oh, great. Thank God you're here. I needed a distraction. You know? I think he's goofing around. So they should grant life, but in some instances. So Murgo, no, in every instance, except maybe the workshop, you have to kill something to get the cord. Most instances, you acquire the cord by killing someone. It's usually a woman. Kill Ariana. You don't just get the cord from Ariana. I think you have to, like, kill her little baby or her to get it. There's no Soulsborne boss you would ever skip unless you're doing a specific story run, but that would require not fighting the boss. They're just also great. I know. I also, on my first run, Quantum, I fought, I think, every boss except Abretus. That was it. And that was because Abretus was tucked away. Oh, you kill the baby. That's right. You have to... Well, you fight... Oh, right. Kill the baby. You have to kill the baby. That also kills her, too. If you attack the baby that she births, it simultaneously kills her. So that's Ariana, Yosefka, and Murgo's wet nurse. Die in order for you to get the cord. Okay. You know if this is brought up, but you're reminded of a video essay titled "The Horror of Having a Body." That sounds interesting, by Clark Ellison. It's a video essay, yeah? I'll write it down. I'll write it down on the last page so I actually check it out. The Horror of Having a Body. By Clark Ellison. Thank you for that. Yeah, largely a woman does have to die for you to get this cord. Because they're all, like, connected to, the birth of a child. And Murgo's the wet nurse, so... He has a section on Bloodborne? Hell yeah, let's go. That'll be great. Murgo is a wet nurse, and wet nurses function as, like, a surrogate mother. Ariana is literally birthing the thing, and Yosefka's brain is like pulsing with these life forms. The only one that I think you find on the doll in the workshop, the cord. So I suppose, or is it on the altar? It's on the altar. Okay. Interesting. It's on the altar. If it was on the doll, I could see it as being... The doll was made to sustain the dream. But unless you're putting it up on the altar, Manny. How... If it was literally on the doll, then I think you could get there. But it's the only one in which there's not a direct connection, I would say. Morphinius, good night and sleep well. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you. Always appreciate you. And I hope you have a great rest of your evening. I will pass the love on to my family. I hope my pop's doing well. He was having challenging evening tonight. I think it could have been Maria's cord, possibly. You love that what emoji. It's good, I tell you. I mean, it could have been. It seemed like... so Maria, like, left her post as a hunter, throws her weapon down the well. It's time to wrap it up. Okay, I'm done talking about Bloodborne, because if I keep going, I'll just keep going tonight. Thank you, Jedi Potato, for being here. I still have a whole bunch of notes to transcribe, but I will have to do that tomorrow, plus generating new notes. I need to make a cogent script, so... Good news, I have like 5 pages to shuffle. I just don't want to be underprepared. I want to be able to be like, this is it. I can talk sensibly about the Grotesque and about Bloodborne in a way that makes people appreciate and understand both of them more. Pray for me, I guess. Let's go see. What's this presentation for? It's for the... Oh. Hold on. It's for... Oh, hold on. Too much stuff on the screen. It's for the anniversary of Bloodborne. I'm doing... I'm taking part in the raid train, which we will be joining right now, with the Firekeepers, which is one of the stream teams I'm a part of. They're all Soulsborne Sekiro enjoyers. And we are going to head over there now and check in on them. But we're coming together with our forces combined. We're going to be like playing Bloodborne. Folks are doing challenge runs. I have always wanted an opportunity to talk about Bloodborne and the Grotesque because I care about it. Because I've been studying it. Because 10 years ago, this was my life. And before I go, no, well, hold on. If I can find it quickly. An article you might be interested in, little John Cena, because I know you're doing work on something potentially similar, is Straight Lines and Arabesques by Richard Klein. The subtitle is Metaphor of Metaphors. This is an essay which lights my brain on fire, so you might enjoy it as well in your discussion of Silent Hill 2. But I literally can't talk more about this today. So let's go see Maria Bruista.
Way possible.
Now, I do want to say that some folks in this raid train have never played Bloodborne before. So, also I gotta set up the we're also doing like a fundraising thing, I think, for shit. Hold on. The National Network of Abortion Funds, because that's very thematically appropriate for Bloodborne, is access to child bearing and rearing care, also care for folks who can't do that. So they, for whatever reason, personal choices, circumstances, what have you, require abortion. So all that kind of family planning stuff is carried under the National Network of Abortion Funds. So we'll also be raising money for that on Saturday too. But let's go see Maria Bruista tonight, who is raising money currently for the National Network of Abortion Funds and fighting Father Gascoigne. So no spoilers about Bloodborne. I don't know if this person has ever played Bloodborne before, but they're about to have a really good time. So let's go see them. And also there's a special raid train message. Where is it? Oh, here it is. It's got some Bloodborne lore in it. There you go. This is our special raid for the raid train. So let's go in there and say hi to Maria Bruista. Thank you all so much for hanging out today while I was like typing and stuff. I appreciate you. My gosh, this is very different for me. I'm usually either like playing video games or cooking something or gardening. So to just sit here and read or read my own notes and be like, oh, I'm so smart reading my notes. I appreciate you all hanging out while we do that. So it was a great day because you all were here and made it wonderful. And I hope to see you again tomorrow for maybe some Stardew Valley, but potentially just me. Oh God, working for 5 hours trying to get this presentation looking right. Oh God. Okay. Good night, everybody.